is there audio now? Is the question. Mic, audio device.
I looked away and went, I don't know.
It says 9 watching, and
Is there audio
I
now?
can see it, but there's no sound.
Ah, I hear
Do I
audio
have to?
now.
Is it me? Is it because I've got
Look away.
Google Hangout on? Do I have to cut it off myself?
No, it
Is it because
seems
I've got
I
it
have
going?
audio now.
Watching, and I can see it,
It
but there's
might
no
be.
sound. Do I have to? Is it me? Is it because
I
I've
have
got
no
Google
clue.
Hangout?
Usually it's a bit different when you invite people to. When I've been invited to hangouts on live, like already live, they've already been going live, so I don't know. This isn't
Oh, this.
helpful for me. Different when you.
Well, yeah, I have to mute the video, but.
And there you go, Karen. Billy Sunday's asking to come in as well.
What, on our Hangout?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I did message him earlier when I first found out about it to try and get him on as well as Jamie, but obviously he's not got a message yet.
That'd be cool if Billy comes on as well.
What's his name? Nana Abraham.
Oh, wait there. Looks like we've got sound now.
Yep.
Cool.
Yay!
Hi, people.
Thank goodness.
Alright, I know it is now good settings have. I was apparently not using my mic. Sorry, yeah.
See, Ceres, I
the
said
whole-
something was wrong.
Yeah.
You should listen to me sometimes.
I just had to
Right.
completely
I just
reinstall this.
I've just sent it to Billy, and I've just sent it to Dave Marsh. See if they come on.
Excellent.
Right.
Okay, Ceres, speak now. What do you sound like now?
Probably the same over the Hangout. It's just
Yeah, you're
now-
not quite so
now-
crackly now. It got a little bit crackly.
Yeah, it's probably
Karen, is this traffic noise bad in the background?
a
A
little.
bit, Franky.
Okay.
Something. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Just sit there and be quiet and let Ceres talk.
Hey!
I was talking to everyone, not just Franky.
Right, sorry. Back to where you were, Ceres. So you were explaining. Carry on.
Yeah, I was explaining where the hell was I? What the hell was the question? I tend to forget
See, we're on this
everything.
is more than a spirit. This is a spiritual realm. It's more than just, and the fact that you've been downloading for months.
Yeah, it's kind of what I showed last time with that particular Osho video in where society doesn't want to to have people who are wise, because wise means actually the no mind, and the mind itself is the one with the knowledge, blinding ourselves from the actual looking into the reality itself. In that we have the fantasies in front of our eyes and just not see what reality is, and that's how we are getting fooled with all the models and etc. through all the media, and that you don't actually look yourself into the true research of your empirical level of doing things, bringing everything into your own knowledge instead of putting the trust in an authority of knowledge, and then they know it for you. Yeah, that's how you actually got enslaved in the first place. Forever being the child of the mother state in that sense. What is just a private corporation faring under a pirate flag, and thus make it legal, and in a sense of that the pirate is faring with the skull and bones flag, in that their intentions are shown in that they are gonna rob you, because of because of
Who's that?
yeah, Dave Marsh.
I just sent him the link, Ceres. I don't understand why he's. What's going on? We always have to have a technical thing.
Yeah. send them direct invite.
That's it. He's joined now. Where is he? Come on,
Oh,
Dave.
I invited him. Wrong hangout. Yeah, there he is.
Dave, hello.
I didn't right.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Are you sweat? Are you melting?
Well, really, yeah, it's a bit muggy out here.
Yeah, it is. Nice to see you, Dave.
Yeah, nice to see you. What are you up to?
Well, as you know, later on this week we've got a live hangout with the Morgal, and then we've got a bigger one on Sunday with Mark Sargent and Darren Nesbitt and Santos and Oliver Ludlow and who's the other one? Dave Murphy. So we've got them coming on. So we just thought that we would just go live now and make sure that everything's okay for tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, there was
And
no sound on the YouTube channel.
Sorry?
No sound on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's okay now. It's there now.
Oh, I'm not on there now, so.
Yeah, so we thought we'd have a little bit of a sort of chat, and Ceres could explain a little bit more. Are you at work, Dave?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm on my break.
You naughty boy! Oh, Ceres, maybe we should just talk to Dave for a few minutes then, because he won't be able to stay that long.
All right.
Yeah, I'm on my break.
Ah, cool.
You naughty boy!
Right, take the opportunity and plug yourself a bit, Dave. Go on.
No, you're okay. I've done enough.
Go on then, Dave. It's over to you for a few minutes. Go on then.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How's your experiment? How's your experiment? You know, like showing everybody about your experiment. How's that been going?
It's been good. Like I say, I've noticed that the Morgal's been putting a new video out showing about the atmospheric refraction. But like I've said before, it's okay. I'm documenting and observing reality, and he's showing us a simulation as his proof live. So, very interesting to watch. I don't know if you've seen his new video. He refers
I
to...
did see it up. I haven't had time to watch that yet.
Atmosphere refraction simulation, which was done by Steve Torrance, which obviously is a simulation. And as you know, with a simulation, you can basically program it how you want to do it, can't you? Now with reality, it's a little bit different. You can't really change that, and especially not the documentation to back it up. So it's.
Does that mean in reality, though, that you might have to do it one more time? So you've got it 3 times, and then no one can moan at you about what you're recording?
And what I'm going to do this time, I'm going to do this similar experiment, but I'm going to compare it to the globe model this time. You know what I mean? Compare the actual reality of motions with the actual positions of the moon with the globe kind of thing to show you that it's impossible kind of thing for it to speed up on the equator when it should be just speeding up on its closest approach to the Earth when it's at perigee. So, model like the Earth like action. I know Google Earth does it. I'm not sure about the moon section of it. I know it doesn't do it on the phone, but I'm sure I've seen a moon section on Google Earth. So I've got to look into that first and see if it's any. It actually shows you the model in full working order, and then I can compare the moon speeds with what their model is actually showing us and show the discrepancy.
Yeah, but you've had a good response to your experiment then, really, generally.
Yeah, it's been all right. It's had 3,500 views on Facebook and over 500 on YouTube. So yeah, and there hasn't been one bad comment on it. So it's actually good.
Do you want to just explain as you're here? Do you want you have to speak in a little bit? You're a little bit low on the volume there, Dave. But do you want to explain, because obviously people listening in won't really know what we're talking about? Can you explain a little bit about your experiment?
Yeah, well, basically, I was in quite a big debate over the motions of the sun and the moon. And one way I thought.
Can't hear you, Dave.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll have to talk it back a bit.
that's better.
Yeah, it's because the speaker's on the back for some reason. It's a bit of a weird design. So basically, what I wanted to prove to myself and to everybody is that the moon and the sun was actually circling above. That was my original agenda. That's what I set out to do. And obviously, I recorded the moon on the tropics on the equator on my first moon race video, which obviously the moon did what it's supposed to do, because when it went to the tropical Capricorn, should have speeded up, but it actually slowed down. But I had caught the moon at different times of the day. I'd caught it on rise on a couple of occasions, then I'd caught it somewhere else. So what I thought I'd do next time round in moon race 2, I thought I'd just do it at zenith. It's at my on the tropics and the equator. And what
You're breaking up a little bit, Dave. We can't hear every word you say. I don't know what's going on. It's just typical, isn't it? Our first live one, and we've got a few technical things going on here. Say it again. Say that last bit again.
Yeah. So what I did, obviously, I'd recorded the moon on 3 occasions, the tropic, and I used and Solarium to back up my actual observations. And the way you can do that is by timing the meridian crossing from one point to the next, and then timing how long it takes that gap between the nights. And obviously, they all matched my readings, which were moon slowing down on the Tropic of Cancer. Obviously, it took longer to get to the same night than the meridian crossing. And then when it was on the equator and it speeded up, it took less time to get to the meridian crossing the following night. And on the Tropic of Cancer, my readings took even longer. For the fact is, when the moon's at apogee, when it's furthest south away from me, the reading.
Oh, Dave! Every few seconds you cut in and you cut out. What's going on?
I'm on the Wi-Fi. It's not very good. Maybe I can explain it a little bit better later. Because, like I say, I'm only on my break and I'm on my phone and I'm on the company's Wi-Fi. So
you say about 4 or 5 words, and then it sort of goes a bit low.
Yeah, it's because everybody's on the Wi-Fi. You see, I'm going to have to leave you now anyway, because it's time for me to go back. If it's nearly 5:30.
Stealing your network.
Yeah, naughty boy you are. So what time are you working till tonight, Dave?
Oh, I'm just on my break now till 8:30, so it's my time anyway.
Well, if anybody didn't understand that, Dave's been doing an experiment. He's done it twice now. He wasn't quite sure about the first one, so he did it again. And basically, what is it that at the equator, it goes, is it slower? The moon goes slower in the southern bit, the northern bit. I can't remember now.
It goes faster on the equator.
Faster on the equator.
And then slows down. Right, I'm going to have to go, guys.
It's like it's also coming from the
Oh,
back
bye,
to the front, and that's the part he's actually accelerating, and then the part he's slowing down is when he's going back again. And,
bye, Dave. Bye, Dave. Sorry, he's got to go. Oh, right. Well, I don't know how much everybody understood that, but so explain a little bit again, Ceres, what he's doing, or D, explain. D, you explain it then.
Yeah, well, basically what he's doing is he's capturing video of the moon at a certain zoom, and he's tracking to see how long it takes the moon to go past on his screen. He's doing this on the equator. He's doing it on the Tropic of Cancer, on the Tropic of Capricorn as well, or as close as he can to it.
Moon from the same location.
And he's basically he's called it moon race, and basically it's speeding up on the equator. It's according to his observations so far, but then it's slowing down again when you get to the 2 tropics.
And it's
I believe anyway. That's what I've taken from it. Again,
it's really like this H sign, in where. When it goes backwards, it has to slow down, and when it goes forwards, it has to speed up. And that's the speed is the most at the equator itself. as there is the crossing point from the two directions who are actually speeding up.
Well, yeah, and it has to travel further apparently to get the same result.
Yeah. And yeah, what I figured was what we see from below is actually a side view on a certain angle in where we don't see it actually from the straight top down itself. And it's like when I draw this particular flower of life pattern with the sun and the moon and animas based on these golden ratios and such, and I line up with the Mandelbrot, that the exact top down is are these circles, but when you actually do a diagonal slice through of these circles, you get these oval stretch circles in how we see the sun actually going. That is the diagonal way, but from top down it's actually two circles. And that's for the moon the other way around. And as far as I see,
Anyway,
it's
what Dave's experiment proved was that the sun was not circling.
the moon.
Sorry, the moon. Sorry, the moon. The moon was not circling.
No, it has its own analima, the same. And there's also this 13 times faster as the sun.
And that most people don't realise that the moon is moving faster than the sun. Because everybody will have it in their mind that the moon is moving slower than the sun, but it's not. It moves faster than the sun.
No, it's slow. It's in longitudinal speed it is slower, but in latitudinal speed it's faster as a rhythm.
Yeah.
It depends what you in what direction you mean.
Yeah. But it just proved, it was. Anyway, sorry, carry on then.
I don't know.
Well, it's a bit of a shame Dave couldn't have stood a little bit longer to explain it, but okay.
Well, basically, as he proved that the analima is actually existing, just through three single recordings of their particular positions on the tropics and the equator. And so far we figured also that the moon has a smaller analima than the sun actually goes.
Cool, yeah. I'm just adding Billy.
It's also like Tyson actually showed with his moon meme in where he actually used the moon as a pendula, and that it is going back and forwards between north and south, and the sun the same as a pendula. But it's kind of how it actually shows probably, but it's, if you ask me, it's like the toroidal field, what is bouncing between the north and the south polarities. It's both are bouncing as it were, in a sense. In a fixed rhythm though.
Can I just say that Dee, I'm having a problem adding Billy. How do I add Billy? I can't remember now.
Have you not got his email?
No, can you just give it to me? I've had it somewhere.
I'll have to try and find it. I've given you Jamie's email now, haven't I?
Do you want to come on the hangout now?
I think he said to send you a link in the chat, and we've got a few more people in the chat that are there. So I don't know if you want to take a look and give a few shout outs.
Okay, let me just add Jamie. Excuse me, everybody, while I add this person.
There you go. I've just sent you Billy's email as well.
Okay, I'm just adding Jamie. Right, I'm just adding Billy now.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, then I'll do a few
Patricia
shout
Ceres
outs.
is
Right.
sharing us.
Yeah.
Well, we have obviously Billy Sunday in the house. Yudit Baz. The Awakening. Who else we got? So I'm going down the list.
Right, I've invited Billy now.
Oh, Rory McFizz is there. Hi, Rory.
Hello, everybody. It's been
Tim Matus.
cool.
Oh, we got Patricia from Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. Hi, Patricia.
Whoa!
Ali B.
Hello.
Hello, Ali B.
Yeah,
Take my
she's
camera
even
off a
sharing
minute.
us.
Hello, everybody.
And Oscar Wilde. We got Oscar Wilde there as well. So, and sorry if I've missed anyone.
Hey, this was an unscheduled one tonight. We just decided to just to go live to test out because we'll say we've got a couple of other hangouts happening that are live. So we wanted to make sure that it did work properly. Welcome, everybody. So Ceres was talking about, I've added those people now. When Ceres was talking, carry on with what you were saying, Ceres, about your research.
Sorry?
So carry on what you were saying about your research. We were sort of saying that you've been doing this since October. Nearly every day you've been downloading information,
Yeah,
pixels
basically
and
everything began
information.
with your particular group of getting recordings. And that coming there, and as a programmer, I thought, is there even a way to actually put this together that we can actually see what the recordings mean? And that created eventually the website. Now, were there several fallbacks to actually end up with my own server and have everything just better? And through the recordings, I used the Google Maps API as the easiest way to actually show the recordings on. And through working with this app, I discovered a way to actually get all the images and elevation data out of it in my own database, I could say, and try to build from that the actual model what reality should show through the recordings. And by downloading all the imagery, I discovered that actually everything is just pure squared as the imagery shows. And the only thing what they do is actually lie about the data, and they, in a way, they can't lie the data itself. It's even military source in that sense. The military uses exactly the same map in that they calculate their distances to have their logistics works at least in order, as they have all their stuff in order. And yeah, why would the military use this particular map and we not? I mean,
Because they know the truth.
yeah, as they always know the truth already, but they just hide it from
But
us.
you know, don't you, Ceres, that they've blocked off the top bit and they've blocked off the bottom bit, sort of. So you're not allowed to go to Antarctica and you're not allowed to go north.
Yeah, in a sense, they created the circle to shut down north first, and then later the ball to shut down south the same, as that was the second option since Admiral Byrd to go out of the realm in that sense, out of the square. And this is a very nifty trick to actually fool everyone into believing of living on a ball in a space where they're just like the square and the circle are, we're still within this particular realm as a kind of prisoner. This is why Alex Jones calls his show Prison Planet, for example. The truth right in your face, while the controlled opposition is there to, I don't know, fearmonger the authority into, I don't know, into your rulers in that sense, because you give it power in everything in that sense. As we are always the authors from everything we do in our own life. In a sense, well, oh, in a sense, responsibility is a bitch when you actually never take it, and yeah, that's what happens with people's lives over the times.
Um, could I just say, Ceres, I've added 2 people, but I'm having problem getting them on, so it might have to be you. You have a much better chance of getting them on than me. For some reason, every now and again, mine doesn't add them, even though I start off. I've obviously added people because we've got people sitting here. But if I put them in the chat, can you add them then, Ceres?
I don't see anyone added here. I don't know what name or email.
1 second, I'm just doing the emails now. Right, J Max, I've got it right. J Magic 95 at gmail.com. There's one.
Alright. Other chats.
I usually have to go to Ceres for help.
Jamie.
Right. Have you done that one, Ceres? I'll send the next one.
Yeah.
There's the second one.
I don't know what the problem is.
Sometimes, for some reason, they just don't go out. Occasionally, Dee says that, the same thing, but I'm okay when I add, but then when I'm actually on the Hangout, I can't add anybody.
Anyone getting in fights?
There you go. There's Billy. Hello, Billy.
How you doing, Karen?
Hello.
Dee.
Cool. I can
Hi,
hear
Billy.
Siri.
Hey, Patricia, how you doing?
It's Franky.
Billy.
That was. Of course.
That was Franky.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That doesn't matter. That's okay. Anyway, thank you for joining us today on this scheduled. Anyway, Ceres was just explaining a bit about his work for the 3rd or 4th time now, Ceres.
Yeah. Do you have any questions, particularly for yourself, Billy?
Well, myself, I've watched this from the beginning, haven't I, Ceres? I've watched you gather all this from the beginning. So, does anybody else have a question? Billy, do you have a question you want to ask Ceres?
Oh no, I want to make a comment. I loved the model that he sent me privately. I have been doing my best. I know you guys have been coming out publicly with it, and I'm doing my best. I've been on a couple hangouts trying to teach the 4D square earth. I think that's where it's at. I think that's where the truth is. Be looking into it. All the puzzle pieces are fitting together nicely. I was just on a hangout. I'm referring people to the Free Energies channel. I did a hangout the other day. I'm doing the best I can with trying to teach the model, and it's looking good.
Cool.
So I'm behind Ceres 100%. He's far more knowledgeable than me. I can't wait till he brings his model out publicly, and then I can share that as well. So. Yeah, it answers a lot of questions. Man, and I'm glad I listened to the Eternal Padawan. A lot of people laughed it off. I'm glad I looked into it because I'm at peace. I really am. And I can see, I saw Darren Nesbitt's video. D Marbled mirrored it today, but for some reason, I think he was getting attacked in the comments section, and he pulled the video because people just aren't ready to accept the 4D model. And I have to say that the last video that Darren did was an excellent representation. He explained it very thoroughly, and people need to open their eyes and really think the circling sun and the moon. I've been referring people to Dave Marsh. You just had Dave on. I been dropping his link to the moon race video, and his video proves that the sun does not circle, that it's in a straight path. So
the moon it was.
yeah, the sun and the moon. So
I did that one. I said the sun and it's the moon. Anyway, Yudit joined us as well, by the way. Hello, Yudit.
Hi.
hello.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
Hello.
You okay, you there?
It's good, isn't it? We've got America, United Kingdom, Holland, Israel, England, UK, whatever you want to say. So, yeah, we're stretching from one side to the other with people. Thank you very much for that, Billy. Yes, it is good that Darren's come out, hasn't it? With the fact that, you know, especially Ceres has just put his work out, that Darren's also come out with it's square.
I love the Ceres model, but that's private. It was a private video. I have not shared it with anybody. That he shared it with me. I can't wait till he comes public because I've shown my wife. That's the only person, but I have not shared it.
You may share it if you want. Huh?
I can't to social media. I didn't know I was allowed to.
Yeah, well, you may.
I have it in my liked, and I haven't shared it with anybody because it was private. So.
Well, we weren't going to go over it right now because Ceres needed to do a little bit of simulation and be able to maybe put that out to people, because it's one thing saying it, it's another thing showing it on a video. But on these hangouts, which I've started to put out, Ceres is explaining things. And then basically I said that I'll have to edit it out right now because, you know, we didn't want people jumping on us before he'd finished. But he just said go for it because the majority of it's there now.
Yeah,
so we've gone
the people need to jump on board and really need to take a look at what we're trying to offer. It answers a lot of questions. It answers the north and south star rotation for number one. Completely identifies the day and night. Okay. It talks about the equinoxes, how they line up, and the flight patterns. I don't know why everyone's having a hard time with it. The day and night pattern does not work on a circle map. We also have to, I was talking to someone who was in the military. He's very familiar with the UTM grid military system, locating system that they use. And he agrees. Squares do not fit on a circle. It would overlap. Okay? So,
yeah,
you know, people just got to stop and think a little bit. And they have to realize, I know it's hard because we've been brought up being taught we live in a three-dimensional universe where the heavens are clearly fourth dimensional. The heavens themselves are a phenomena. They could be more than 4 dimensions, but this is how everyone gets their own sun, their own moon, and their own star projections. And when people can realize you have to believe in a creator, and I think that's what's scaring a lot of people away from this model. I can see in some of the comments, even left in Aaron's video, that they don't want the Bible referenced, they don't want the Book of Enoch referenced as a proof text. which is fine by me. You can look at it scientifically, and you can look at the time and date, location, the day and night, and understand that it's a wave pattern. I try to explain how the wave pattern today is that the sun is at the highest point in its amalima right now, and that's why the north is experiencing 24 hours of daylight, and that you're seeing the sun go across the top, and you're seeing the change of day from one day to the next, and that it's not circling. And there again, you look at the star trail patterns, the time-elapsed star trail patterns, and you can clearly see the equator and the star lapse, proving that it's a straight line, that the equator is a straight line, not a curved circle that they have on the A&E map. So people just need to calm down a little bit. I know it's, at first, Dee will tell you, when he first talked about it, and I went to Santos's channel, and Santos is above us. He's way above me. I don't know how many dimensions he's up to now. It's hard for me to understand. I'm not saying that he's, he does a really good job. And at first I just shrugged it off going, I can't get that, But the more I studied the A&E map and the circular sun and the moon and the time, day and night, and how I was able to see a sun 6,000 miles away, it just wasn't working for me. And I was coming up with multiple suns, multiple moons. I entertained the simulation theory. I don't think that the Awake Souls and Event Skeptics map is anything close to reality. But I'm willing to listen to everybody, and we're in my preliminary findings right at the moment is I'm gonna stick with the 4D square model. It fills in all the holes. People just have to realize it just acts as a flat cylinder, and because it's 4-dimensional, they don't want you to know that you're a 4-dimensional being. Like Ceres said before on a prior hangout, they want to keep that hidden from you.
Yeah, they hide you.
Okay. They hide you. Exactly. They hide you. So. No, I can't wait till the 25th. Yeah, I can't wait till the 25th. I did a hangout and I said it was the 22nd, and I apologize, and I corrected it today. So.
Well, we have 2 live hangouts this week,
right.
And Oliver Ludlow, and then Sunday is Mark Sargent, Santos, Darren, and the rest.
Somebody is
Hello, Craig.
Hello, how you doing, guys?
There's a little bit of feedback.
Oh, Yudit, you're feeding.
Yeah.
You'll have to mute yourself when you're not talking.
Hi, Craig.
Hello.
You get got Billy from America, he's fine. Craig's fine. UK, and there's feedback.
Yudit, can you mute?
Feedback. Someone's causing feedback.
Yeah, Yudit.
It's Yudit. Yudit.
Can you mute? Oh, stupid phone.
Hello?
Yes.
No, we've still got an echo, have we?
No,
it's gone now.
Great. Sorry, Yudit.
Sorry, Yudit.
It's okay.
Okay. Sorry, Billy's just explaining, Craig, that he started off maybe looking at 1 or 2 models, but he's changed his mind now because the only way he can see it fit is the squarer model.
Yeah, in the whole build-up to figure this out, I was actually planning to project this on any model to actually show what's wrong with that any model through the photographic evidence. I mean, the empirical detail of what the photograph is, and we know what actually reality is. And while I was actually gathering this data, I just became more convinced that I was actually looking at the world, how it is, instead of that I have to project it into anything. That was just reality right in my face. And then I began, okay, if it is this square, and then through the elevation data I came even on that there should be a reason, and then I began drawing the flower of life on paper, and in the middle then you have our particular square, and what I discovered that was that the flower of life pattern has a particular repeating pattern in two different axes. One is east-west in only a single square repeating itself, because it touches actually the edges of the square. And in north-south direction, you actually end up a little bit shorter, why you actually don't get on the edge of the next square. And to actually get on the edge of the next on the square again, you need eventually 13 squares to end up exactly in the middle again. And this particular pattern actually explained to me that I need at least 13 squares to end up in heaven, and then the other 13 to actually end up in earth again as a complete circle in a fifth dimensional flat, what is a looping space into itself, what is actually again kind of a circle. And if you ask me, this is the particular confusion in that the circle isn't essentially in 3D. That's stepping out of 3D, thinking that a straight line is actually a finite infinity through being a circle, but then of a certain size. And that's how the fourth dimension is actually presented within the 3D space. And you could actually also see it through a toroidal field, in where you actually are at the center of that particular toroidal field, of that dimension in one direction, what is splitting up into the field. And that field is completely surrounding you, and then coming back into the dimension at your back. And then you as the focal point. And that's how the fourth dimension of a next dimension is in a toroidal field. If you ask me, you have the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth all together within the seventh, in all 7 chakras, as your whole body's awareness, as far as you're in your body as an awareness. And if you ask me, you have even the 6 above you as a complete 13. Yeah, how that beyond goes.
Ceres, can I just say one thing? Daniel's joined us now. Daniel from Chile is with us. You there, Daniel?
Yeah, and Jamie.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay, and who's that? Is that Jamie?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Hello, Jamie. Jamie.
Yeah. How's everyone doing?
Well,
How's it going, bud? Love the new avatar.
No, it's the Google avatar.
Hey, Jamie.
I'm doing really not spoke to you for a little bit.
If I just introduce everybody, we have Billy from the USA. We have Dee, obviously you know Dee. We have Jamie from the UK. We have Franky from the UK. We have Ceres from Holland. We have Daniel from Chile. We have Yudit from Israel. We have Patricia from the UK. And we have Craig from the UK. And I'm from the UK. So we're full now on our hangout. But welcome and thank you, everybody, for joining us on this hangout.
Full room here.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi. Franky.
Franky. So Daniel and Jamie have joined a conversation. It was about, we're talking about flat square earth. Obviously, Billy had been just saying that he had looked at different models and he can't go any further than it's a square. And Ceres' data is showing that we're in a other squares on top. So Ceres just explaining that we live in a spiritual realm with different dimensions. Don't know if anybody wants to say anything now.
Yeah,
Carry on
there's a
talk.
particular rule with these dimensions, and that is that every next dimension contains all the previous ones as higher consciousness in that sense. It's like dimensionally, it's like consciousness levels as well. And what I said about the three axes of 3D can also be all in sort of hyperdimensional way as an extra axis as the fourth, fifth, and sixth. But the seventh is the one that actually is containing them all as a whole, and this is probably the same as what I do with the. You have the seven chakras in one way, but you have them also in the other two axes, in where you create the three-dimensional structure of the flower of life, and that is called the fruit of life. I thought, and that is
There's the tree
presentation
of
of
life, the fruit of
complete.
life, the
Yeah,
flower of life.
that is the seventh
There's
dimensional
more, isn't there?
presentation of the whole construct of the bigger body as well. And we are the same, but then on this particular level of awareness, I would say actually, because existence, in a sense, I am, and there's no particular identity I can to that as an identity of what I am, or who I am, but the only thing I can do with it is actually being me and express it through that. That's the only way to actually show that I am who I am. And it has many names in that sense. I can
The series is saying is that they tried to cover us up. They tried to cover you up as a person. This is all about you. And they've tried to cover that all up.
In a sense, we are the witnesses below, blinded by knowledge to not look at all to creation itself.
Yeah.
And I never actually realized what our place is in it. I mean, we're so dumped down into a slavery mentality in that sense that we're even thanking the enslavers in that sense, the particular syndrome. And I can't really thank none of them other than actually thank the people who are actually brought me the knowledge or the awareness or the notion of flat earth, for example. In that sense, I may have been pretty naive in the beginning in believing anything, but in a way, if you don't dive in it totally, you will never discover the actual truth behind it. And that's what I did with several religions as well, diving into the actual books, diving into the actual thing, what they're doing, and then realizing what they're actually doing there. And then get the hell out of there, and eventually just ending up with only the scriptures in that sense that I actually figured they're only stolen by them. They can't claim any authority in it because it's already denied within the book itself. I mean, it's all about the utopia of anarchy in that sense that we are all utterly and completely responsible for our own being, for our own freedom to begin with. And we were never learned that as a child, that we had to be actually responsible for ourselves, because that's the actual nature of nature itself, that if you are not, you're actually ending up in another's story instead of your own story. And you came here to actually be you and not something else as a copy of something. Like we adore the gods of the world and copy ourselves like them.
I mean, they don't like us being individuals, you mean, Ceres? We're supposed to be one of many rather than we're not allowed to be individuals.
Exactly. We are unique, but we are just deemed to be part of a collective mind in that sense. And there is that mind again blinding us from actually seeing what is in front of us. There's this whole game.
Does anybody else have anything to say? What Ceres is saying? Hello. Anybody got anything to say to Ceres or in the conversation with what we've been saying? Craig?
Well, Ceres is.
No. Go
on. So Craig, go on, Craig, and then was that Billy? I'll go back to Billy. Go on, Craig.
Really got nothing to say on that particular conversation there.
Oh right, okay then. So who else? I thought you were going to say something, Craig. Who else wanted to say something then? Is it Billy?
No, I was going to say Ceres is the one teaching, and he's doing a good job. I was just listening to him. There's really nothing more I could add to him. I'm just learning from what he has to offer. And he's covered it, and I ran with it. And, I like to check people out. I've been, everyone needs just to calm down a little bit and really analyze the circling sun and the moon. The sun and the moon do not circle. Okay, let's start there. I see. I'm not checking the chat constantly. I see that some people saying it's a rectangle, calling it a square is not. It's a square within a rectangular, and then on top of that, there's a circle. Okay. The way the grid system is broken down, it's not a rectangular grid system. It's a square grid system. That's what we're talking about. We start with the X in the middle, and we work out. And yes, it's a rectangular overall, but inside the rectangular, there's a square. That's all we're seeing. Okay. To cover that up, people have to understand that the sun, the moon, and the stars are in motion, that there's two celestial poles. There's no geographical pole. It's the northern wall that is positively electromagnetically charged, and there's a southern magnetic wall that is possibly electromagnetically charged. This is why we have the opposite star rotations in the north and in the south. And how? Go ahead, Jamie.
I was saying that. So, what about the north and south treaty thing going on? Is that another psyop or something?
Before we got on, Ceres was explaining that the first thing they did was to block off the North Pole. And they blocked off the North Pole with the A&E circular map telling you that there was a North Pole. And then what they did is then they blocked out the southern region with the globe. And they invented the continent of Antarctica as a continent at the end of the ball, underneath the ball model.
So is that not the same on your model where it's like a continent at the bottom?
Yes. There's probably a massive ice wall that goes 24,000 miles long, and if you go down to the Antarctica, you start off west and you just keep sailing. You end up east. You end up right back to where you started from.
Yeah, because it loops
in a continuous loop. Okay. It acts as a flat cylinder. That's the only way I can describe it. It's not like a conveyor belt where you're going underneath something or anything. That it's a flat, infinite plane. You're not going upside down.
But it's not infinite because it's just a few thousand miles and it comes back. You come back to where you started. Is that right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's infinitely changing in time. Time is the only thing changing within the cyclic movement of the sun and the moon and the stars. They continue east to west, and they're always moving forward. This is why they can accurately predict eclipses, celestial events, and everything, because it is cyclic. This is why they can determine how comets, what year they're going to come, and everything, because it's on a repetitive pattern in the same direction. And like I said, a lot of people don't want to bring the Bible into it. The first thing God did was separate day and night, even before the sun, moon, and stars were created. He separated the water. He made the dry land, and he separated the day and the night with the electromagnetism. It's almost like an alternating current wave. Okay? Just like an AC current wave. That's exactly what it is. It's what Tesla envisioned, that the Earth was
a
made
bunch
of.
of frequencies. We're just living in frequency upon frequency, which is all to do with the flower of life, the tree of life, the fruit of life,
Exactly.
frequencies, and this electromagnetic.
Ceres was showing you the multi-dimensional electromagnetic toroidal fields that take straight light that we perceive. The light is straight, and it actually bends it and curves it. I just got off a discussion with somebody in another hangout. Well, how come a rainbow is curved? The rainbow is curved not because there's a curved dome. It's because of the electromagnetism from the north to the south and the Earth's polarity that bends the light and makes it appear curved. And it makes the star patterns, even though the stars are going straight, it makes the stars appear circular. And how we know
it's kind of
this...
inverted then.
As a double wheel, what is actually turning above us, but it is the same repetitive space in where it happens, in east-west direction, in the same 24,901 miles. And you're actually the center in that particular square. It doesn't matter where you move the square in east-west direction as a border, keeping it in that sense limited, but it is actually a continuous space, but then within itself. And that's why you need to think in a toroidal field, in where you begin in the center, go out as a field around you, and come back into yourself as well into the particular center of that field. And this you can do over each of the three axes. And the fourth dimension is particularly east-west, because that's the first dimension. And the second dimension is then north-south as two-dimensional flat. And then you have the third dimension upwards, what is the sixth dimension. And this is how the energies are up and down between heaven and earth as well. And also as astrological effect in that sense. And also how the sun and the moon and everything is up and down, as what goes up must come down, in that sense, that the lighter is above and the heavier is below. That you have the earth, the water, the air, the fire, and eventually the ether. And that ether part is a pretty big part, if you ask me. So far, the fire layer, I figure, is the Van Allen belt, there where the extremely high temperatures are, in where everything breaks down as far as we have technology when we send anything, if we even send anything to there.
Sorry, Ceres. Apparently people are having trouble hearing you. In the chat, somebody's just said, I can't hear what you're saying. See you all later. Bye. That just seems to be you. So maybe, I don't know if you can get your mic closer to you, maybe, or something. Give that a try.
Closer, I don't know. I get even your audio over it. But the computer audio is louder.
I can hear Ceres okay now.
No, I can. I've been able to hear you fine, but I'm just saying what's been said in chat. Like I say, you asked me to look at chat, so yeah, I'm just trying to.
For me, you're sort of breaking up as well. So I don't know.
Well,
You know this model with the circular sun and you know the ice wall going around in a circle. Well, I guess you could consider it as the beginner flat Earth model then.
Yeah. Basically, that's kind of what Jaron said.
Yeah, because even he said he's not completely on board with it. So you know, but he kind of left off the well, a lot of people call it the Pac-Man model.
Yeah, as if
But
there is
it's
a wall where
but
you
that's
go
kind
through.
of from our 3D perspective, I suppose.
That's still 3D thinking,
Yeah.
because you can't see that particular toroidal field of what the dimension actually is within your own perspective focus and bubble in that whole construct. The construct itself is still in 3D in that sense, but
Ooh, bit of feedback there.
spatial
Someone's brought a
things,
bit of feedback.
the spatial things are the ones are what actually extends this whole thinking out of this particular cube in where we are kind of prisoners, or actually
So
living.
how does it better explain the star trails and everything?
It actually explains. It's actually explained through the book, "The World Beyond the Poles." In what explains that particularly this region beyond the poles is the source of the celestial part of the sky, in that
But
we
in your
see
model, there
those
isn't anything
roads.
beyond the poles, though, is there?
Sorry,
In your model, there isn't anything beyond the poles, is there? It just
there
loops
is
back
a
Yeah,
around,
beyond.
doesn't
no,
it?
there's more both
Yeah,
sides, Jamie. There's more north and south.
I
yeah.
thought it
So
was something
far,
that would just loop back around or something.
No,
that's
not
only
to the
east
north and
west.
south. It's a bit more complicated.
North and south is the fifth dimension, and through the flower of life, I discovered because I already had three squares. I
Yeah,
just had no idea what to do with it so far until I discovered
yeah.
the dynamics of the flower of life and put that together, and I discovered that there is even a need for at least 13 squares,
Yeah,
and
because I
that's
found it
probably even
interesting that it
up to
said in Worlds Beyond
26.
the Poles, and I don't even know if people noticed it. It said Worlds Beyond the Poles, not Worlds Beyond the South Pole.
Yeah,
So it
and
kind of made me think, why
worlds,
is it talking
multiple
about
worlds. In that
two
sense,
poles?
if you ask me, multiple
Because people
realms.
are still thinking that there's this circular ice wall where you go in every direction. There's more pond sort of thing, but that's not how it works. It doesn't say
Yeah,
anything about
I
that, does
say
it?
the 360-degree wall is kind of still true within the square map because it's actually the fourth dimensional circle.
Oh, I see, because you're squaring the circle sort of thing.
Exactly, that's the whole idea behind this. Because
So is the square and compass thing like a symbology kind of,
yes, a
truth
thing
in
right
plain
in your
sight sort of
face,
thing?
kind of stolen logo of what the actual meaning behind it is actually that the square stands for the circle pointing to above, which is the heaven, and then the compass is pointing to below, which is the square, which is the earth, and that's how you bring the
Yeah,
circle and the
so
earth together as
well when I
two
saw
different.
yeah,
Ceres,
when
can
I,
I just ask you something? You are breaking up a little bit. Is there any way you can go off and come back on and see if that clears it?
It's probably to do with my upstream of my live streaming.
Okay.
I'm probably a little bit breaking up at your side, but the live stream should actually get everything
No, the live stream, like I say, they're saying your volume's low.
low. Hmm.
Yeah, barely hear you.
Oh, put it higher.
Uh,
Uh,
I mean, maybe at some point it might be worth just sticking a picture of the model you're working on up series, just because we've got a guy in here who's really interested. Arwijn, I've talked to you about him before. He's the other Dutch guy I was talking about.
Yeah, Ceres is familiar with Arwijn, and Arwijn did a video a couple months back explaining the rectangular loop Earth, and Ceres left a comment with his email, One-Eyed Hippie. I read the comment section. So I believe Arwijn and Ceres are familiar with each other. Um, and I watched that video, and it was
oh
very good
yeah,
that Arwijn did.
I talked
And
once with him.
yeah, he's grasping it too. He's envisioned it ever since he was a young boy. Um,
Well, yeah, I
um,
discovered he had actually a very heavy, well, heavy. I'm not sure, but he had actually what I call actually a forced DMT trip and that he actually experienced a lot in there of all the things beyond in that sense. There is this
Right.
He's done a lot of
base.
spiritual stuff. I think he's
Yeah,
done like DMT and the ayahuasca and stuff. So he's actually experienced this from the more spiritual side as well.
yeah,
Right. He's a good guy. Like him. He
yeah,
can be
yeah. I
crude
like
at
him too.
times, but he's fine.
Yeah, well, he just wants to get his point across, and this is it.
Oh
And
yeah.
some
Oh,
people just get a bit
absolutely. No
impatient,
problem.
and especially when
Right.
he's got his truth and he wants everyone else to see it. So
Yeah,
Right. I've actually linked his video to other people in Hangouts. Other people explain it too. So he does a good job with that.
yeah. I
He
like
was
to
doing a
try to get
hangout.
them as
Not
well.
all of it was the rectangular looping Earth, but when he got finally to it, he does a really good job of presenting it. I'm only going by what free energy's talking about, the magnetic wall barriers. I don't know if there's a barrier. I'm assuming there has to be some kind of electromagnetic force
There's a
because
frequency
we do
barrier. There's a frequency
a
barrier.
frequency. Okay.
We have someone
Yeah.
who's not here at the moment, Alan,
There's
and he's
the
recorded
firmament
the
barriers.
frequency barrier and the firmament on equipment with scalar waves.
So basically, in your model, there is a firmament, but it's flat.
Not entirely, I guess. I'm still
firmament-
working on that part. In that you're actually working with these energy levels, which is the spiritual side of it, eventually, and you have these four pillars based on the flower of life conjunction patterns, and you have to make that three-dimensional as well, in where you can actually see probably how the north and the south are the extra square actually entirely as a kind of yeah, as a whole, as a bar magnet, in the sense that you have this particular round field on top of it within where the square of us actually has all this particular pressure, etc. And these are uh, so, I call them couples between north and south, because you have this particular east-west looping within that, under that, in a sense. This is why I think about this particular image of the Egyptians, where you have this laying man and the standing man in the middle, and then that particular woman with drawn with all the stars, and how she is actually presenting how the firmament is between north and south, in that her feet is in the south and her hands are in the north, in that south is below and north is above. And also, what I discovered through the elevation data itself was that you have also a kind of the drawing of, in the south, a land base where out of the tree grows in where we live, and then the whole northern part in where the sky is, as if there is a land, a tree, and a heaven above, as a design from what the world itself is. And yeah, the matter layers are working between the polarities, and the energetic layers are working, etc. You know, you have all these five different platonic platonic layers, in where everything exists within the three-dimensional square, and then as a focus point with all the external dimensions. And we are that particular experience within that square construct, in where we can experience on that higher level this particular level as a witness. That actually the true knowledge behind everything what creation actually is. It's not only us, but it is made for us in that sense.
So,
Be
so you're with the
witnessed.
north and south, because when I was, you know, like, because when I was looking into flat Earth at the beginning, and I was like, one of the first videos I was watched was the Darren Nesbitt one, where he was doing the lecture, and he presented his model where it loops, but when you go north, it like he kind of flipped it, so it was like,
Yeah, there's a
and
barrier, so they
so,
don't go further.
but
And
but you said that you said you go further, but wouldn't you just come back where you started eventually, like on a globe? I thought that's what the model was.
Yeah, that it was
kind of.
way smaller. Well, yeah, guess what? It's way bigger. It's 26 times bigger in north-south direction than it is in east-west direction, and that is already
So is there more suns then?
in other realms probably. Like I saw a story about somebody who actually traveled with his father towards north and ended up at something what seems like the Mount Meru of the four islands with that particular mountain in the middle. What
So
could
why
be
is like the
beyond the
north
first square.
like different to the south then?
Yeah, so far I figured through how things look, like the south is the ground. It seems like the south is as well the ascending way into hell, and then the north is the no. The south is the descending way into hell, and then the north is the ascending way
So you're
into the
saying
heavens.
that they're trying to get us to focus on that way because
Yeah, if we try to go anywhere, they try to
it's a
push us south
diversion.
at least instead of north, because that is the holy side of it, the heavenly direction. But I figured the whole thing is not about actually us leaving here. We are for a reason here and not somewhere else. And if you ask me, it's all about actually figuring out what to do here. The last part of my question: what the hell am I doing here? And yeah, that's eventually it becomes necessary for a lot of people to actually wake up to their true nature and learn other people what their true nature is from child on, instead of, well, we probably need only one or two generations to accomplish that, but it's all depending on how far we are actually getting ourselves out of this slavery mentality in that sense.
Yeah, we just need to put out some good vibes and kind of, not put out all the kind of,
The anarchistic
you
vibe
know,
in that
the
sense.
kind of, you know, like the negativity, like when people call, you know, people who don't believe in flat Earth, they call them globetroids, so they call us flat-toids, and it's just this back and forth kind of,
Yeah.
um,
Still the same duality
just
game of divide and conquer, you know.
yeah, because it's just to me it's a psyop tactic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. This is why they have the
They,
controlled
they just
opposition
want to
to
confuse
have
everything, though,
actually
don't they? They
both
don't want us
sides.
to find the truth.
Yeah, and
If we found the truth, we'd be more magnificent, wouldn't we?
yeah, and this is the why, isn't
Yeah,
it? This is the why and what we're doing. And this is the deeper part of what Ceres has found out and what we're all learning, that it does matter what we think and what we do and how we feel. It does matter because it changes our vibration. It changes our frequency. And when we all start to do that, when we all start to change our frequency, the frequency of everywhere will change.
Yeah.
In a way, it's kind of how. Uh,
yeah. I've got a question.
Can I just say one thing, Ceres? We're not live anymore.
Yeah, I've stopped the stream as well and started it up again. I completely lost connection here.
Oh my goodness, you sound better as well. Doesn't everybody think Ceres sounds better?
Yeah, that's much
Yes.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look younger as well.
Yeah, I
That's
yeah,
good. I like that one.
I got a question. You're
Right,
saying,
we're live again now. We're live.
yeah, I got a question, right? If we're all infinite, then why do the elite want to take power from us if we're all infinite?
Because we have
It's
power.
part of the game. It's part of the resistance. The elite is not different from us either. You know, I see it as a challenge that we put ourselves to discover our true nature, and this resistance make us stronger and stronger. And it's part of duality. You know, that's how things are created. And I don't see the division. I don't see the separation. I understand that consciousness is always thriving and doing perfectly. So this elite, these entities, whatever they are, they cannot be outside the plan of consciousness. They cannot be something that is going wrong. You know, they're perfectly there because there's a reason, and it's a great level of the game for us to really connect our true nature, because if not, we get easily distracted by superficiality or materialism, you know. But in this stage where we have rage and we are feeling so much pain, you know, rage gets things done, you know. When you are hungry, when you're angry, you get things
I think it's
done.
about putting it to the right use, isn't it? But when people are getting rage and it's uncontrolled and they're getting really emotional, I think that can sometimes be bad. It's, you know, it's just a destructive thing, and that energy can be used for positive, productive, creative things.
It's
Yeah, but like Ceres
like
says,
you don't
we're
want.
responsible.
Anyway,
All the
Sorry,
bad
go.
things, all the bad things that happen to us is the understanding of what we don't want, so we now can choose what we really want. So it's all experience for our soul and our consciousness. You know, there's not even a negative aspect of it. I know it's hard, you know, because
Does that
life.
go into the same bit, Daniel, with the fact that some of us have woken up and some of us haven't?
Pardon me?
Sorry, does this go in with the bit where, like, some of us have woken up and some of us haven't?
It's because the mix of the diversity is chosen as that, you know. It generates something special. If we're all the same level, it's a different experience, and we must understand that what is, it's meant to be, and that's our challenge, to understand why, you know, why it's like that. And when we stop judging, well, we have to stop judging if it's good or bad. We need to just take the best out of every situation, no matter what situation, even if you're in the worst situation ever. And that's your consciousness connecting with your true nature, understanding that you are beyond this body and this experience. And then you have access to a different perspective, you know, and that will change everything, your actions, your energy field, your expression, and what you realize as reality. As, you know, reality changes as we activate our own brain. So when we access in a different level, we change our reality. We're seeing something different, you know. We're experiencing another world, and we are doing now with this flat earth are rising because we're now sharing it, you know, in a real way, and making it something that we can share with each other. I think that's a special thing about this thing, you know.
See, that's the whole thing. The rich and elite have been thinking outside the box. They've probably been in contact with multi-dimensional beings or whatever, wherever the spirit realm is. These people are in contact, and they don't want you to know about them, or don't want you to know about what's going on. And now they have their grid system set up with the cell phone towers in the fiber optic cables and everything, and they're changing our frequency and changing our vibration. We're in a very difficult time, but they prepared ahead of time for this. And that's why they misled us all the way, dumbed us down, gave us fluoride, GMO, vaccines to keep us from the truth.
Yeah, they what I figured, they kind of overload our minds.
Yeah, can I just say something? I was watching a program once, and it was about 5G when it comes out, and obviously certain people change their bodies and they become like zombie-like, and then they will start chasing obviously the people who ain't turned.
Yeah,
a big frequency there. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's what they want, though, Craig. They want us to be like zombies. They don't want us to be individuals.
Yeah.
They don't want us to think for ourselves. They don't want any of this.
Yeah, because you think about school and what have you. You know, you look at like the beginning of school. It's like everyone's like being more creative than they are towards the end of it. So it's like they just gradually take it out of people you know, make them all conform to what everyone else is doing.
Do you know why things are working for them? Because we are actually believing they can. And that's
So it's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
because
We've already,
why
what
we-
Ceres is saying is we've already given our power over to them. That's what we've done, and we don't realise we've done it again.
yeah, there's someone that comes on my channel called Mick, and he has similar kind of views about like how it's because of belief. It's because we believe that they have power over us. So that's our consent, you know, given out.
They only need your belief.
It is word magic, and well, because once you give your signature over, like to a bank or something, you know, then you've lost power in a certain respect.
I say that it doesn't matter how hard this is. It's still a game. It's still an experience. How do you make better gamers? You know, you just make games more difficult. You know, and they're gonna get stronger and better every time. So I like to make the connection when we talk about them. You know. And then accessing to information, somebody said maybe archons or other kind of interdimensional beings that have another knowledge. They as well maybe are connected with the true consciousness as well, and it's just part of the plan, you know, to just make us stronger. And we choose to come to Earth and live this level and this experience, you know. I don't see how consciousness can go out of its plan, and I think that's a great element for us. So we're not triggered anymore, you know, because we know who we are. So we are not anymore the prey of the narrative of whatever they want us, you know, to trigger us, you know, divide or whatever. We know who we are, so whatever you throw at me, I'm gonna know it. You know, I'm gonna see it.
So you know, as it's going on about the different realms that, because it's going on about the spiritual side of things, but is it like an actual physical thing where you can just get to these realms just by going over the North Pole, whatever?
I'm thinking of if we go anyway, then well, in a way, it's a lot of ice to get through, so a boat wouldn't be handy, and a plane wouldn't be very safe at the point you're out of fuel. So I think of an airship. What actually runs on a kind of free energy source, or even by hand with rows as rowing through the air. I don't know.
Well, what if it's not as icy as they tell you, and it's kind of, you know, like that they just say it's so icy, so it puts you off going, sort of thing. It's like,
I saw stories
because they
that
say, oh, these places are so treacherous, we can't.
there's ice
Yeah,
so far
we're not
that
going
it
to be able
becomes
to
warmer.
traverse them.
And it's still a personal thing. If you walk there, you're still gonna have to match your frequency level to the frequency level you're in. So you're not gonna see anything if you haven't reached yourself that level. You know, I think it's like how are you gonna enter another dimension if you're not ready?
This is
or
where I
not,
have indeed this particular
if you haven't
fruit
realized
of life drawing of the fifth dimensional circles, in where are actually two circles coming to Earth. One is to above, to heaven, and the other one is to actually to another heaven or hell, probably. But the frequency you are in is probably the circle you walk. So the low frequency will walk the lower circle, and the high frequency will walk the high circle. In that sense, you're actually separating, and Earth is the realm touching both circles together. In that sense.
Ceres, will you explain a little bit about the perspective bubble that most people might not understand about the perspective bubble that you're in? Because that is a circle.
Yeah, that's a circle for sure. So far, how to explain it? Well, to begin with, your circle, your perspective bubble, what I call it, is the maximum range how far you can actually see on land. and then from the horizon you have a kind of upward angle what goes into the sky, and everything behind that line will actually disappear out of your perspective in the sky bubble. That's a way bigger bubble than your particular flat plane circle. But even that circle is smaller than the whole square eventually is. And if you ask me, it's just kind of a toroidal field in where the sun and moon are also the toroidal fields who are floating into your field, in where you can actually begin to see them in at your horizon and see them go away from your horizon.
So you know these elite, right? You know these. So whoever they are. So you said they put there for like a purpose or something. Like, is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Like these elite that rule over us, you think they're put there for purpose, for like our own gain or something?
Grow over?
Like whoever's like put them in place, whoever that who's kind of put it there for like our own,
I don't know
growth,
how
I
familiar
suppose.
you are with the Bible stories, because there is this particular story about the fallen angels, and this is probably what there is happening from the beginning of Adam, in the sense that they are the ones who had to serve him but refused it, and instead of that they actually tried to bring everything under their control, in the sense of slavery.
There's an angel.
It's a bit blurry, but
That
Yes, Ceres, that's
I
how
was
we
good.
get your flower of life. It comes across as a bit blurry.
yeah, a
But
lot
thank
of
you,
colors.
Dan.
Yes. I was going to add, what if there's no walls, but there's a frequency barrier, like Karen was sharing, and on the other side of the barrier, the frequency, our human existence in that other dimension cannot be sustained because there's no electromagnetic field that we need to energize our physical body. And the only way that we could enter that other dimension would be
If you
spiritually.
ask me,
I'm just
the
saying,
fallen
what
have
if we cannot?
have this particular dilemma of not being able to get out of here. They are not able to get out of here,
Yeah.
and I figure the only way they can go is down. This is probably why they are in the south. And
Okay.
what I said about that, you have this particular two circles in where the Earth cube is actually the doorway between the two circles, in where you have the circle of the hellish circle and the heavenly circle coming together as touching each other in the square we are, and that the frequency we are in ourselves as an awareness is actually this decisive thing in which of the two circles we are actually existing. It's a kind of sort of awareness thing. That's why Jesus probably says in why the flesh will be dead and the spirit will be alive. That when you are actually in the spirit of things, you are actually alive. And as long as you're not in that spirit, you're actually in the dead.
So
What
what is God to you, or you then?
The witness above of its own creation, and we are the witnesses below of the same creation to actually experience it.
Maybe we could just ask everybody what they think one by one on this subject. Like, what is God the creator to you? Shall I just start with Craig? Craig.
Yeah, God for me is because when Adam and Eve was in the garden, he actually walked in the garden. So to me, he is a being of sorts that can take form in a respect. I mean, you know, we was made in His image, so, and that's the standpoint I'm coming from, because I'm a believer in God. You know, not the circular God that, you know, everyone, oh, they go to church on a Sunday, which is not right anyway. But that's who I believe God is.
Thank you, Craig. What about you, Patricia?
Hey, hello everyone.
Hello.
I'm I'm not 100% sure, but I know it isn't an invisible man, and I think it's part of us, and it's about an energy that we all have. We all have this energy, and just slightly digressing to what you were just saying about, the energy. That's why when we die, our body dies, but our spirit lives on, because our spirit can't survive in these other dimensions with a body.
Yeah, so the body is like a vehicle for the soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's.
Thank you, Patricia. Ceres, I'm going to come back and ask you this question, but what were you telling me the other day about the humans? You were telling us about it's gone out of my brain how to explain it. I'll come back to that. Anyway, Yudit, what do you think?
I agree with everybody, with Danielle and with everybody. I have nothing more to say. It's beautiful conversation.
Oh, thank you, Yudit.
Oh yeah, very important. Very. Thank you.
What about you, Daniel?
For me, it's everything. It's no, there's no separation. I don't see it as an entity. I think we're all states of consciousness that are the reflection of everything and in itself. So I see God as everything, everywhere, and indivisible. It cannot be separated from anything. It cannot be something else from what all that is.
So when we get divided up, it's like a sort of like illusion of separation, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Would you want to say what you think, then, James?
Well, it's just I hear like people, you know, referring to God, and it seems kind of vague sometimes when they talk about it and how they explain it, and it's like, and I know it's like, you know, when you talk about different dimensions and stuff, it gets really complicated, but you know, maybe God is something a lot more simple than people think it is. It's, yeah, like as the last one saying that it could just be everything everywhere all at once sort of thing. It's just, you know, it's infinite potential, I reckon. It's just, you know, we are all a part of it. It's, you know.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I don't think God has a gender. You know, I think the whole male thing's probably another lie. I think it's probably both. I don't know.
Okay, thank you for that, Jamie. What about you, Franky? I'll come back to you, Ceres. What about you, Franky?
I don't see God. I see a creator. I see a creator in everything I see, everybody I see, and like Daniel was saying, we are just all part of the same thing, and it's so exciting what we're doing, and it's so magical. But no, I don't see God. I see a creator.
True. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we have to give the creator a name, and that's why we call it God or Yahweh or something along them lines. Do you know what I mean?
No, I think that's conditioning from religion. Sorry.
Oh yeah, to a point it is, but you know, you could call it a creator. But what is a creator?
I'll come back to a bit because I'm going to ask Ceres something in a minute. Okay, you guys. What about you then, Dee?
Yeah, so I'm kind of concentrating on chat here a bit at the moment, but they're kind of getting onto the same kind of subjects. So, again, sorry, what was the actual question?
What does God? Is it God or creator for you? What does it mean to you?
Yeah, well, intelligent design's as good as it gets for me. I mean, the Most High, whatever. I'd prefer not to give a name, as was just mentioned in the chat, because it
the Most High.
Yeah, well, it personalizes too much, and
So-
it kind of dishonors the creator in a
psychedelic
way.
creator.
Yeah.
Same as I have a problem with giving myself an identity. I just can't give God the same identity because every identity just compresses him into a single thing where he is actually everything at the same time. So yeah, how to describe in everything.
Ceres, you said the other day something about everybody thinks that it's the body that's having the experience or the spiritualness. It's the soul that's having the body experience. Is that it?
Yeah,
Is that what you were saying to me the other day?
It's people think that they are human to having a spiritual experience, but they are actually a spirit having a human experience. In that sense.
And just very quickly, when Ceres has done all his research, God is here, God is everywhere, and he's a frequency. He's a frequency we live in. We don't have to go and look for him, we're living in him.
Yeah, who is the creator was the question there. The creator is the speaker of the word, what is the manifesting word of creation itself, because the word is the creating force of everything. In that sense, our word is as powerful as his. Our own frequency is as powerful as he is, because it's in the sense of the essence of the secret. It's the projection of your own energy, what is actually manifesting the reality after it, because reality can only how do you call that, adjust it to your vibration.
So does it disprove free will then?
Absolutely.
So if there's no free will, then what's the point if we can't choose what we do?
Free will means actually, well, the word will is actually body, and the word testament is actually action. And when you take your free will and make your testament, that is the actual ultimate of being you. The free choice is that you actually to have the choice between either serving the Most High or or being enslaved by the Most Low. And I don't know what your preference is, but the Most High way seems the most preferable for me, actually. In the sense of a
exactly.
for the.
Sorry, Billy. What do you think then?
I definitely believe in the Most High. The Most High being a frequency, a light. Light is frequency. It's mentioned that he's a consuming fire, a spirit. No one can stand in his glory unless you become like him. He had a son. Okay? He has an eternal son, and he is eternal. The Most High is invisible, and he's made visible in his son, in his image. We're created after his image. Okay, Father and Son. There's only one Most High, and that the man they call Christ Jesus was his son who became flesh. God never became flesh. Okay, his son became flesh and dwelt among us.
About people saying that Jesus is the Son.
Jesus is also the one in the bushes of Moses. Jesus was the one fighting with Jacob, making him Israel. Jesus was before Abraham was.
That's right. And that's why God says.
So far, I think.
Can I just say something? Everything we've got into now is the opposite of what we've been told. Everything's the opposite. So really, the Book of Enoch probably should be in the Bible, and it's been taken out. So what does that say about the rest of the things then?
Don't forget, there's a lot of books that's been taken out of the Bible. So the books that are being taken out, you know, corresponds with the other books that tell us the whole story, and I do think Enoch should be in it.
So do any of you think there's even truth in the Satanic Bible?
Yeah, there probably is somewhere along the line.
What?
Well, all I know is that some people, they come to the realization that their life is nothing but a vapor, a frequency, a spirit, or whatever. And when it departs from the body, it goes into a place, according to the book, goes into a place of silence, outer darkness. That's why some people say that the stars are souls.
So these elite people are being kind of like because you know they talk about demon possession and stuff like that. They're being kind of like possessed by these like spirit things, whatever,
possessed by
spirits.
thoughts. Think about that.
They might have a way to communicate, which is called necromancy, communicating with the dead, and it's forbidden. It's forbidden to drink blood. It's forbidden to handle bones. Let's just say inside a person's bones, whether you believe in DNA or not, inside that bone, if it's DNA, is like a radio frequency, like a dial, okay? And with this computer system that they have, that the stars, when they twinkle or whatever they do, they give off a certain frequency. They might have their own language of their own. So you could pick up a person's bone, analyze their frequency like a radio station, and possibly with computer technology, if stars are souls. Now I'm just
So when you see the stars twinkling, well, they say that they're light years away. Would that be impossible to see them twinkle if they were light years away?
No, I think the starlight's instantaneous.
Where they
I'm saying if they're trillions of miles away, would it be impossible to see them twinkle like they do?
Twinkling is more like the energetic field between that, what seems like the water. The water's above.
But they seem like they twinkle at different intervals and different patterns and different frequencies, like Ceres was talking. The Most High, when he created things, he created it with frequency. He spoke, whether it was mental or a verbal voice command or just a plain frequency. He thinks in frequency. And whatever the frequency does can shape and form things. Okay? And if the stories in the Bible are true, that his son had the ability because he was not separated from the frequency. He only did the will of his father. He never did his own will. So he was able to walk on water. He was able to defy physics. He could pass through walls. He could disguise himself. He could multiply material things. He could touch people and cure their blindness. Now, hear me out. This is the story. He had the ability to raise the dead even. So he was in tune with the frequency that was the giver of life, and that he could change the virtual realm that we live in, if this is all true. And that's what I believe.
Yeah, Mick that comes on my hangout sometimes. He reckons that when people talk about Jesus, Jesus is like a state of consciousness where you're willing to sacrifice everything to help others, put yourself last, sort of thing. When you acquire that level, of consciousness, that's Jesus. That's how the Christ consciousness, whatever,
Yeah, can I just say something? I believe that with Jesus, he could do all this stuff, but he did teach that, you can do this as well. Because when he was in the boat and he was walking on the water, he did say to one of the disciples, you can do this. Why are you afraid? Because the disciples started to walk on the water, didn't he? So I do believe we've got it.
How do you know any of it actually happened?
Yeah, that you can say with every
Well,
story, but that's not the essence of the story. It's the deeper essence
Yeah,
behind this, of course.
And even the disciples.
How do you know it was supposed to be took literally?
Well, the disciples even had the ability to raise people from the dead too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he said, you were able to tap into the Holy Spirit has to be a frequency. In other words, the Holy Spirit could be the lumiferous ether that is everywhere. The lumiferous ether is miles under solid rock.
Yeah.
It can be detected in a vacuum, in a light bulb, on the outside of a light bulb, under the water, in the sky. It's everywhere. And that's what they might. And you notice they go out of their way to deny the existence of the ether. There's something to it. I'm just saying.
I'm just read it.
I don't know.
So how high up do you all think the sun is?
Not sure actually. How high is the layer of fire? Probably they're floating on the layer of fire, and above that.
You don't think it's within the clouds, do you? Because I've heard people saying that, and I think that could be like a straw man.
That's been debunked now. Yeah, most of the footage is from P900s, and they haven't got a very good filter on them. If you put a decent filter in front of the camera, then the clouds come back into view again.
Yeah, I do agree that it's not even 3,000 miles up.
Oh no, I still think it will be in whatever they call the thermosphere myself. But like Ceres said, it's the fire. I'd have to Google that, mate. Not information I've got off the top of my head. Sorry.
Well, it does look like, when you see the high altitude balloon footage, like it does actually get lower down. So maybe you could use that and like work out like.
Also, I don't forget they make stars. They can't make stars more than 60. They make two companies, one in Chile, one in Germany. They're making stars. Their machines could go further, but they can't get the stars to go any higher than 60 miles up.
Well, it's interesting about this. Yeah, interesting about the stars is that, apparently about 50 to 80,000 feet, they become invisible, and apparently, because Ali B was showing me that you could actually make them visible again if you. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but there's apparently a way to make them, like if you put a certain filter on it or whatever, you can make them visible or something.
Infrared.
And they also said something in the chat earlier about that we only see in 2D.
On the flat screen, yeah.
Me and Siri watched a few of nighttime altitude balloons. Actually made you feel like the balloon was actually in the stars. Didn't it, Ceres?
Oh, sorry, I should just say, because I'm monitoring the chat, we've got Globebusters, Bob from Globebusters in the chat, and he said, I think he's saying the sun is 3,415.9 miles. So a very precise figure there, but...
Oh.
Yeah, at some point in its analemma, I guess. Because there's still this upwards and downwards analemma.
So how does the angular size of the sun not change in work in your model?
It's not depending on the sun and the moon, in that sense, my model.
Because it would be going further away, like it, wouldn't it? So you would think it would have to decrease in size, but I'm like, well, I don't know what the sun is, so I can't answer that.
To figure out through the whole fourth dimensional math, actually, to calculate where the sun and moon actually are. How hard.
Sorry, guys. I'll go.
That's a whole other calculation than the straight line.
Yeah.
1 second, Ceres. Craig's got to go. Thank you, Craig. Thank you for joining this hangout that was just on the spur. So thanks very much.
Yes, Craig.
So I just want to say as well, with all you guys being on here and talking your stuff and your opinions, I think it's a beautiful thing. Keep it up.
Oh, it's good to have you on board as well, Craig.
Hey, Craig, do me a favor, buddy. Just say hi in the chat so I can join your channel, please.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, just say something in the chat, and I can sub to your channel. I want to stay in contact.
But Craig, you're part of it as well.
Well, I was going to say, in fact, if everybody here can just put a little comment in chat, if you've got a YouTube channel, just so the people in chat can subscribe, that'd be cool, I think.
Yeah, I've done it, so I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, got it there, Greg.
Got it. Thank you.
All right then.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you very much, Craig.
Nice to
and
meet you
see
all.
you soon.
See you
Yeah,
next time.
definitely. Take care. Bye.
Bye, Craig.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right. Yeah, Bob's saying atmospheric lensing compensating for distance. I do agree with that, but
It's a combination of
so
all things
3,400 miles is quite high, though. Do you not think?
For
It does loop though.
So far,
It's looping.
if east-west is 24,901 miles, and we are in the middle of a cube, then upwards should be around 12,000 miles. That's
Yeah,
the
I
maximum
heard about
distances
the
it can go
hypercube
within the
model.
dimensions.
Yeah, is that what it's like then?
Yeah,
But the sun, everything's looping all the time though, isn't it? Because we're in these other dimensions. We just see it in 3D, but everything's looping. We just don't see it like that on some of it.
Yeah. And it's also a projection from the celestial realms beyond the poles as their own realms actually projected into our realm.
Yeah, what was interesting, I mean, I've only seen some of it, but Worlds Beyond the Poles, it was talking about celestial areas appearing up. Well, I mean, what does that mean?
Appearing up. Probably the other side of the fourth dimensional circle? I don't know. Or
wouldn't it just be on all the same level plane or something? Because
probably
it would almost kind of imply a concave Earth or something.
Yeah. No, well, what I figured is through the drawing they had actually multiple half circles in a sense in this within the circle, that it's like we have these particular pillars between north and south, in between where the firmament is built for our realm. And then you have the beyond what has actually a kind of the same thing there, with their own sky, with their own projection, etc. And so on with every realm beyond. And I'm not sure how I actually have to define the realms, if there is.
So couldn't it be like sort of as you go further north, would you? It's then again sort of thing eventually.
Yeah, I figure the first square is where the pillars are, and the four faces per pillar as being the angels, with the four faces being the pillars of the earth. That is the first square, and then that particular square is also functional for the other one as the south, in where a square further is probably the next realm. And that's two squares. So, and the data ends with the first one.
Also, Ceres, you were saying, weren't you, the further the sun is away, the hotter it is. So, of course, when it's lower in the winter for us, it's colder, and it's higher at the moment, so it's hotter. So how does that work with Antarctica? Like, that shows that why Antarctica is so cold, because it's so high, so it's closer to the sun. So if it was lower, then the sun, it would be hotter there.
It's probably also correlating the height itself causes that it has a shorter day. And a shorter day causes that it gets less heat. And
so it's literally going upwards, sort of like towards the poles. Then it's literally
between north and south.
Antarctica is extremely high.
But the moon is the other way around, and the moon is the cold actually, the cold light. In that sense, I figured that's the ruler of the winter.
The whole of Antarctica is as high as Everest. And Ceres' favourite bit is that makes Everest like a toothpick compared to Antarctica.
A toothpick compared to a whole forest of trees. Antarctica. And then the toothpick. Yeah, Mount Everest is way higher. Yeah, it's only a toothpick compared to a whole forest. That's the mountain there in Antarctica.
Do you believe in giant trees?
I don't know. believe. I know about the story, I see the logic, and I concur there is a lot of historical record about the whole giant thing in the past, including the trees, in that one was even seen all around the world, and I figure that would probably be Greenland, as that is the same as in the south, a huge mountain base in that sense, and somehow it's only a clear mountain without barely any features on it, and then around it you have all kinds of root structures forming there.
And that's the other thing. If people, we've been like told Antarctica, I'm sorry, Greenland is really small. It's not the size it is. But according to the data the Ceres has got, it's two-thirds, at least two-thirds the size of Africa, if not bigger than that. It's not quite as big as Africa, but it's at least two.
So it's almost what it does look like on the Mercator map then.
Mercator is the UTM format, yeah.
So is that what the kind of map looks like that you're working on?
Where are the likes? Oh. Sorry.
Because it kind of seems to skew things north and south. Because, you know, when you look at it on a globe, it kind of squashes it more, doesn't it?
But they've done things to it. They've done it to hide the top and the bottom, so that you don't know that there's more land either side of us.
Yeah, exactly. The
so they
whole
have to squish
square
it.
itself gets pushed into a few pixels, in where even 2/3 of it disappears into a single pixel. And when you make it a ball, even then you end up with even 1 pixel. And from that 1 pixel you get all that data. No way. Even with the resolutions they give as a scan, etc.
So what happens if you keep going north from Greenland?
You probably a lot of ice. I have the elevation data, but not the actual photographic data in what temperatures are in either the whole year, etc. But as far as I figured, there's a kind of an ice wall where there seemed to be a barrier somewhere above Russia, and where you can get through it to eventually the other side of the square, and then you end up in the next realm, what is probably the Mount Meru story. And
so you think that Mount Meru could be like the middle point between like
probably the
this
next realm
and the next realm sort of thing?
Yeah, the next realm in that sense, yeah. And then south, yeah, that's only land. And what I find there in the elevation itself, at the edge of it is a particular wave form in there. What is one wave in the whole distance of the complete square. And there's kind of an edge in where the wave pattern ends, and then the whole world begins as a new fluent form. When I put the whole Flower of Life system on there and then line that up with the Sun on a Lima crossing, and then this whole Flower of Life actually lined it up at the edge and exactly in the middle of two half of the waves.
Ceres, is there any way you can show the picture of that one? Just that picture of the whole thing?
I can probably sure. Yeah. A whole lot. Here is this particular wave.
Ceres can share it.
And this is on the Flower of Life. There's so much more here.
You have to explain that we're in the middle, and the coloured bit at the bottom, that was Antarctica. There you go. So that's how they squish it to make it into the ball. The data to squish it when it looks like that.
And that is looped.
Each one
Yeah, that's
is looped. That's
Yeah.
why you see the double. I glued a second one to the side to let the looping be visible in a single image.
Yeah, the colors the colors you're seeing as well are from elevation data. So the different colors are different elevations. Just to explain, because I know it's hard to look at for a lot of people.
So why is it so
This-
bitter in the Antarctic but not so bitter in the north?
What is the question?
Why is it so bitter in the Antarctic and not so bitter in the north?
Yeah,
That's because
well,
the
there's such a
north is
temperature
ruled by the
difference between
sun,
north and south.
and the south is ruled by the moon. And the sun is the heat, and the moon is the cold. The moon analemma is also higher in the south and lower in the north. Why it has more effect in the south and less effect in the north. And the other way around,
Yeah.
it's with the sun that the sun has a
So,
lot of
so you
effect
believe
in the
this
north.
moon has a cooling effect? Because I know there's been experiments that show a couple of degrees difference, you know, in like direct moonlight versus in the moon's shade, which is the opposite of what the sun's doing. But you said as you get closer to the sun, it gets colder. That's weird.
Yeah.
That could be the lensing effect of the atmosphere, though. Surely.
Yeah, I think that is also comparing with how much time a certain day has for to have actually a warming up time. And that's for us in the winter as well. The sun is low, but it's also further away for us because it's more south.
Yeah, that could be like the perspective, couldn't it? Like that, because things seem to get lower off in the distance. But obviously, it seems to do an arc, and that's probably because of the lensing effect. So it makes, because that's not the real sun, but rather the apparent sun. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the sun isn't actually in our dimension, so we only perceive a certain part of what we perceive as the sun.
Yeah.
There's been several scientists. I don't know if you're familiar with Eric Dollard. A lot of people, you know, think he's a dingbat, but Eric Dollard has stated that the sun cannot be visible in free space. And other scientists have said the same thing, that the sun cannot be visible in free space. That it could be some type of infrared, and then it doesn't become visible until it envelopes gross matter such as our atmosphere, and that what makes the light visible in our spectrum. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't agree with any of it. I just heard that. I watched a video where Eric Dollard was sitting in his car, and somebody was asking him the title of the video, "The sun isn't what you think it is," and he clearly states that the sun is not visible. And he states that it's some type of a transformer, from my understanding, and that the light comes from another dimension or free space or whatever. I'm just
so Billy, you're just going on about you don't think the sun's 3,000 miles high, but some people, you know, say that it's 3,000 miles high, and Bob was saying it's about 3,400 miles high.
In our perceptive way, probably. But then you calculate based on what? Actual angles of several locations? Straight angles in that sense, straight lines, because light is banded in that sense.
But yeah, another thing, how come the moon appears to get smaller as you get higher up?
Yeah, less lensing effect through the atmosphere is
yeah, that's true, because when it's like at the horizon, it's kind of bigger. So unless that's just because it's gotten closer or something.
I think one of the keys is that we're trying to understand it with the static geometry, you know, and when we put that geometry in movement as waves and frequency, that's when we understand it's more complex than just adding angles, you know, and taking some mathematical equations, because in reality it's always in movement and it's being generated right now by consciousness. So it's hard that we are still fixed with the static geometry, you know, understanding as we are in a cube of matter, you know, like you can measure everything. No, it's beyond that, and I think the sun is the key of that. We were talking about the sun, and I agree. I think it's something from another dimension that is manifested in this dimension as a sun, you know. But it's something. It's a consciousness in itself, and it has a lot of properties and different abilities, and we cannot understand everything just by taking, you know, observations. I think the access point of knowledge is the self, because we are the suns as well. We are that light that is coming from another dimension and is being manifested inside our brains, you know, inside of our consciousness.
Yeah, I've got a question, changing topic a little bit, you know, because on your model, because you know when people use like the circle AE map,
in a way I don't call it a model.
They plot the you know, the flight paths, and it makes more sense on that map versus the globe map. So how is that explained on your map then? Because that's more like the globe map.
Well, so far I figured out with the whole formula stuff of how to translate anything into anything, how you to actually make the ball map and how you make the circle map. But eventually everything boils down that you need square data. Everything begins there. It doesn't matter if you have GPS coordinates from here to there. I need to translate it back into the square to actually calculate the true distance. And that's what they keep hidden all the time within any projection, in how they probably have their formulas in the mathematical way too complex for the normal people probably to actually go through the formula and look up what the formula actually does. And I figured the whole wave pattern was that eventually the top square ended up in just what is it, 3-4% of the whole square size, and that you have on the top the north, and then in the south on the bottom the south only has a few pixels, and then also that the middle square is kind of twisted outwards from the center, and then twisted less to the edge in the north and the south. And that's just a Tangus wave formula in where they actually just trick you in believing that the square data is coming from a ball, but when you translate it back and forward and you actually put that to, you can't create anything out of the other models into the square without destroying anything what I have in the square. The other way around, I can build any other map from it, but the data itself, if you ask me, is the actual reality itself, from where we try to figure a model what just is only 3D thinking, instead of actually realizing how hyperdimensional this data actually presents the reality.
Can I just say that when Ceres was doing all his work, not one of the pixels he's downloaded is bent. Not on the original raw data, only bent to fit the globe. It only bends then when they make the globe. Everything fits into square boxes. Nothing is bent, nothing is stretched on the raw data.
And this is the thing, isn't it? It's getting down to the basics, to that raw fact again. And it's like when he shows you a picture of an actual location, and you can see the physical how they manipulate it so it will fit on the ball and everything. I mean, you can see it right there. It's not something that.
Were it not easy for them to come up with the ball deception then?
Oh, I certainly know it takes a lot of maths to make it into a ball, doesn't it, Ceres?
Yeah, it's a particular clever way of hiding. what they did. It's probably an old one as well, because they actually have built both of the ball and the circle maps before they actually got to actually present it in whole educational stuff and such.
Oh, who's that then?
Not me, of
Who-
course.
Who was the culprit there?
Not me.
It's me. I need to go. My daughter arrived, so I'm saying bye to everyone. Big hug.
Oh, nice you came on, Daniel. Daniel, we'll see.
Catch you later, Daniel.
Just to explain that Daniel has a video club, don't you, Daniel? Before you go, very quickly, which we have on. We doing through Sun and Moon.
Yeah. We're going. Wait me a second then. Okay. The video club this week we're studying Ceres model. We already uploaded to the club. So the idea is that with time, maybe several times, and really ask, whatever they need to ask or understand. I think the importance of the video club is having the ability as a collective to go deep into the ideas, and really research them and really get into every concept, not just going through it, like understanding even what thought process did Ceres go and how we relate to it, so we can do our own thought process, and I think that's the way to connect to an idea. So we're gonna do the hangout on Monday.
Monday.
And anybody that wants to join, please say it on the group, and we just start inscribing people and getting ready for Monday.
Excellent.
Thank you, Daniel.
Well, Daniel, before you go, have you got a YouTube channel yourself?
Yeah, I have it, but I don't upload any videos. I just
That's
use
okay.
it.
So you don't want to, if you wanted some subscribers, it might be worth sticking a little message in the chat before you go, in the YouTube chat. But if you've not got no content, you probably don't want any subscribers.
Yeah,
unless you're Pete Shea, of course.
Or Billy Sunday. Now don't make fun of me now.
Yeah, so I enjoyed this a lot, and just send you big hugs. And you're all invited. You're all invited to here to Chile. I live in a marvelous place full of nature under the most active volcano in South America, and it's just gorgeous. And it's a beautiful place to really connect with the soul and the earth as well. And I think we're needing it. So anybody that wants to come, please, you're gonna have a house here and a real family. So
that's it. So thousands of people descend on Daniel in Chile.
Yeah. I know it's a long trip.
If you can get all the DMT on there.
Of course. The mushrooms grow outside my window.
Don't say that, Daniel.
What?
Hey, Daniel, don't say that. Anyway, thanks a lot, Daniel. And there are a group of people who put their names down for the hangout, but on a hangout we can only actually do 10 people. So I think we're half full anyway.
Not half empty.
Sorry, half the places are filled already.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Daniel.
Everybody.
Bye, Daniel.
Bye. Oh,
Bye.
Is Gary with us now? Is that Gary with us?
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm here.
Yay! Hi, Gary.
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you, Gary?
Tired, long day, long work day.
Oh, as you're here right now, is there any way you can give us an update on what's happening with the UK Flat Earth Convention?
Okay, is my sound coming through clearly enough?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's okay at the moment.
Okay, did you say that Bob's with us?
He was on the chat.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley's in chat now as well.
Say again?
Nathan Oakley's in chat.
Yeah, I was just saying to him, can't wait for the meet.
So is it Bob from Ghostbusters is actually on the chat, or is he gone?
No, he's on the chat.
Oh, he's still in the chat as far as I can see, yeah.
Yeah, in the live chat.
Okay. So somebody wants to know an update, do they?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I obviously don't know what people know, you have to forgive me. But basically, it's going to be out in a few weeks. Still waiting on a few speakers to give me their details, and then I've got to finalise with the web developers on the final product, and then obviously it's going to be launched. And I'm also talking to Corey Sheet. I've forgotten what the rest of the actual title he uses. Going to possibly help with a commercial. That's really nice of him.
Hori Sheet Show, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's the Hori Sheet Show.
Yeah, the Hori Sheet Show. Yeah. So I don't know much about him, but I have seen a few things that he's done. He seems to be, from what I've learned, he seems to be a decent guy.
And Gary, say what's happening on Friday night at 11 o'clock.
Well, you and I obviously are speaking to Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent.
Oh, he's on the show also. Cool.
Which I'm sure you've probably said, have
Mark
you?
Sargent's going to be there, is he? Mark Sargent's going to be there. Cool.
Oh, and Leslie, I was hoping you was going to talk about the conference.
Sorry, that's just a very good way of it. Obviously, Patricia wanted to help us because she's involved in the USA one, Flat Earth Convention. So she's helping us out and having us on to talk about ours. So that's brilliant, isn't it, Gary? Gary?
Yeah, is there anything else anyone wants to know?
Yeah, if you could just talk a bit about the conference, would be ideal, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to mention you handled yourself. You handled yourself perfect, gentleman. No, I wanted to mention you handled yourself very gentlemanly, like in our small group with the one individual that was giving you a hard time. I commend you for your patience. And I'm not going to mention any names, but like I said, people know, and I'm behind you 100%. And you actually gave him too much politeness. I would have nipped it in the bud a little bit, and sometimes we have to be like that. You handled yourself very well in that situation.
Did you read the thread?
Yes, and I watched Karen's video as well.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help that. I don't like it when someone just attacks for no reason without finding out any information, and they just think that they're so arrogant. I just couldn't help it. Sorry.
He seems to be on an ego trip as of late, and it's sad. He needs to get his head together or whatever.
One thing I thought was amazing is the approach that he used. If he'd have come to me, and I've never contacted or been contacted by this individual before, in a very civilized manner, and just say, I've got a few people that are looking at going to the conference, but they're a little bit unsure about a few things or a bit concerned. Have you got anything to add? If he did that in a very polite and diplomatic way, I would have had absolutely no problem being open because I've got nothing to hide. But because his manner was basically that he came across as if he was like a headmaster that was demanding an explanation, and he will then go away and get it verified. And his whole approach was well, but basically it was obtuse, and I wasn't interested in playing any game that he wanted to play. And he can do his thing. He can put out his video. He can do what he wants. And eventually the joke will be on him, because when the website comes out, then I'm sure people like him and others will absolutely rip it to bits because people can't help themselves. And what is really frustrating, though, is that I thought that we were all meant to be trying to be on the same page, trying to fight the common cause. But I didn't realise that when I started this venture, I had to look in front of me. I have to look behind, and I didn't foresee that. I was naive. I have to be taken to task over that. I can't believe that I'm being attacked from all corners and behind.
That's only because you've got a good heart, Gary. And a lot of people don't realise that Gary's already put some of his money into this already.
Yeah, that's too bad.
I paid the deposit for the website. Yeah, sorry, Bob.
No, that's too bad that he did that. And you know, like I said, you handled yourself in a very professional manner, and it only brought more negativity into his arena, and it's sad. I'm not going to associate with that type of person either anymore. So I hate to say it, but he's done more harm than good lately, and he needs to get his head straightened out. Because you know what? He could have came to the conference and been a speaker and added some valuable insight. And not to mention, he's a member of our group, and being a new member of our group and being a high-profile flat earther, to treat a fellow member of our group in that manner, I totally commend Karen for what she did too. I mean, we can't tolerate that kind of behavior.
When Karen showed me, played the video to me, and she said, "What are you saying?" I said, "I think you've got to put it out there."
I'm so just.
Oh, it was very.
That all came out in one go. I just couldn't help it. I don't really want to be like that.
There's a lot of emotion there.
The whole point about being here is to bring us together, that we're hopefully turn into a community. And if I'm naive about that, I'm sorry, but that's what I want. I don't want any arguing on with each other. We've all come in slightly different angles about what we believe, but to do what he did was just awful. I was so upset for Gary.
I was too. I read the thread before you posted your video, so I'm glad you stuck up for Gary, and it shows what a true person you are, Karen. So thank you very much for that too.
Oh, thank you. I didn't really enjoy doing it because obviously I talked to Ceres just in case you have recurrences or things that you do. I just couldn't help it with that. He'd already done the dirty. Well, it just shows you how out of step he is with everything then, because he was in our group. If he'd looked, he'd seen Gary, me, Ceres, everybody all in this group, and he didn't. But anyway, you go past him. On.
Bob loves your accent, Karen, so keep talking.
Bob likes my accent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh, thank you,
this
Bob.
Is how you become history.
Well, if we don't all start getting on, and this is another reason why we're having some of these live hangouts, and why I've asked people like Mark Sargent, Darren, Dave Moore, or Dave Murphy, however you want to know him, Santos, I want us all to come together, because unless we come together and move on, we're only going to be sitting here in 20 years' time doing the same thing as we're doing today.
Yeah, we need some progression soon, really. Otherwise, it's a bit pointless, isn't it? We might as well just go back to what we were doing.
Yeah, and that's another reason. Gary doing the Flat Earth conference means that Flat Earth is here and now. It's here and now, and it's happening. It's never been anywhere else but here.
It's growing exponentially. Look at all the activism that's going on, all the billboards and everything.
Gary, can you mute yourself? I think it's your headphones are looping. Hey, Gary's headphones are looping everything.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, it's just everybody else can hear it. Anyway, yeah, I just would like, maybe I'm being naive, but I just hope that we're all going to start coming together. I mean, look at tonight. We just put out the link and we've been 10. Well, in fact, Dave Marsh was on earlier on and he's gone now. Gary's here and Craig's gone. So that's, what's that, 11, 12 people.
To be honest, I think Arwijn would love to jump on.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, Arwijn. He's in the chat.
Okay, then. then. There's one more space on here, so I can add him. Anyway, isn't everybody sick of arguing? I mean, out there, I'm not sure out there if it's the living dead now. I'm not sure if it's worse now because you're more awake and getting more sort of attuned into this flat earth realm, the spiritual realm we live in, or whether it's because the group of people I have around me are special, lovely people. I don't know, but out there is looking like the living dead. And I just
want to
what with all the, you know, like a lot of the big channels who are just arguing with each other, and it's just it's just a minefield, isn't it, really?
The one thing Ceres has said, right, and this is not being horrible to anybody, a lot of people call themselves flat earthers, but they're still living with a globe head on top. You've got to get rid of the globe life. Then you'll feel so much better. People don't realise they're still reacting as if they're in the globe world. Well, we don't want it like that. We're full of respect. And that's why you all want to be, because we respect each other.
Yeah, the other thing, you know, the circle square thing. Well, the circle thing is cognitive dissonance phase 2, I bet. Because you get the people who will be, no, that's not it, and you'll be like, the people just don't want to accept that maybe that model's wrong, and you know, because it's like, if they're gonna lie to us about the globe, you think, well, they're gonna try and slow down like us to get into the real truth, so they present a false map. Because the UN flag, the map on that's got 33 like sections on it, sort of thing. It's like it's coded into it or something. It's like, and there was someone was saying about how, you know, Russian vids should have picked up on that, and you know, he's still promoting the AE map, so who knows.
Unfortunately, the circle map is what a lot of people depict as a flat map, don't they? Because it was the next thing, and we all started like that, didn't we? We all started looking at the circle map. It's just that it's not correct.
Yeah, maybe it's that they look at that first, and then they might get a basic understanding of how, let's say, the sun and moon work over it, and you know, and how the seasons work. But then they may have to kind of shift the consciousness up a bit more from that point, to then kind of get to a more accurate kind of understanding, I suppose, because it's going to be hard for people to go from globe mentality to then this 4D/5D whatever reality.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
So, Arwijn,
Yes.
is that how you say your name? How do you say your name?
Just Arwijn is fine.
Hey, Arwijn, how you doing, buddy?
I'm the one with
great.
clouds. I'm Karen.
Yeah, nice meeting you all. It's been a really fascinating hangout so far.
Do you know who's here then? Because we've got Billy from America, Dee from the UK, Gary from the UK, Jamie from the UK, Franky from the UK, Ceres from Holland, Yudit from Israel, Patricia from the UK, and me from the UK.
Okay, so mostly UK.
Yeah. It is, but we do have a mixture. Daniel's just gone, and he was from Chile.
Oh, wow. By the way, like here the sound's completely fine, but in the actual YouTube version, there seems to be this, not an echo, but like a, how do you say, like a hollow sound. It's kind of weird.
Recording my mic as well.
Yes, Ceres, you've been the problem today. It's you. Everybody else. I mean, Billy's in America, and he's coming through absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I guess I can.
But anyway, in here, it's fine.
Less loud, so the mic is less echoing in that sense.
You should take your camera off, Ceres.
No, it's the microphone recording the audio out of my box. And I stream the computer sound and the microphone together. This makes that particular hollow sound of that you hear the actual box sound and the audio of the PC together.
Hollow Earth sound.
So I've turned
Hello,
on my
yeah.
audio
Hello.
to
Is
actually.
it the whole hangout that's like that, or is it just when Ceres talks?
No, it's the whole hangout. Everybody's giving that sound off. But hey, Ceres, have you tried using headphones?
Yeah, I have headphones, but my ears hate them.
Yeah, mine too, but otherwise there's gonna always be trouble with that feedback loops and all the sort. So I use them anyway.
Yeah. Thanks for your feedback, Arwijn.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I've been spamming the whole chat full. I know.
Well, today wasn't like it's a sort of dummy run because we've got some more live hangouts coming up. So it's okay that we know these things today. I mean, it's great we've got all of you on today, but you know we're going to be doing a few more live hangouts. We've just started, so it's good to know. So Ceres, you're the problem tonight. It's usually someone else, but it's Ceres tonight.
Test running the first time actually live with so many people. Of course, I'm gonna.
And if you are a little bit blurry, Ceres, as well, like you know, most of us have got our cameras off for a reason because it helps with the bandwidth on your computer. So why don't you just take your camera off for a bit?
I don't think that's the problem here. The audio was the problem. That's the double sound here.
D, can you ask anybody in chat that now Ceres has put the hated microphone headset on? Does it sound better?
I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Sound.
Turn it up.
It does seem to sound a little bit better.
Do a bit of talking now, Ceres.
Yeah, you only will hear me now when I have audio through the mic, and no longer through the system, from my room, etc. Yeah, normally it's filtered out in a sense, but it seems with the recording it's different.
Maybe just for the live hangout series, I'm afraid you're going to have to sit there with headphones on.
Yeah, with multiple people, Google Hangouts has a lot more trouble with filtering out all the feedback loops. Usually Skype deals with that a little bit better.
Yeah, I noticed that. We went on Skype last night to speak to Santos, and it was completely different on there, wasn't it, Ceres?
Yeah, much clearer audio. Although from Karen I had barely got any image. Only one image came through of their video, but her audio was perfect. Never breaking up in that sense. So Skype is, for the audio part, practically the best. But I'm not having the capability of actually sharing something or something. Normal Skype application has it, but it's not in this particular Linux version available. It's like the website version. It's just talking and video and that's it, and chatting.
You do sound a bit better, Ceres, now.
Yeah.
Hangout group together with all the videos online, etc. And we.
There's no more like the hollow sound's gone in the regular YouTube now too. So it's a.
Hey, we only took about 2 hours to do that, but thank you very much. Well, that's Ceres. You're going to have to wear headphones.
Well, apparently, I've got something from the Awakening saying not really, still can't hear what he is saying. Everyone I can hear except the guy talking, so I take it he's talking about Ceres.
He's not very loud. His voice sounds a lot lower. Yeah.
Why don't you just take your camera off for a minute, Ceres, just to see if it does make a difference?
Yeah, I think people just have to turn their volume up.
Yeah. I need to see where I can
that
make
sounds
it stronger.
bad, but,
It is weird because in the actual Hangout screen here, his voice does seem to be on par with the volume of the rest of us. So it's kind of weird that it does that in the YouTube.
Yeah,
because the transmission, there's some going wrong.
So far, I record my own microphone instead of the Hangout. I don't have audio on the Hangout in that sense.
Somebody dropped off. Who's that?
No, no one dropped out, I don't think.
Yeah,
oh.
Yeah, I think Yudit's gone.
Yudit's gone. For Yudit, it's 2 hours ahead, so it's already 1 o'clock. Well, was it 11? It's 1 o'clock
2
in the
o'clock.
morning.
Oh, wait, for you, yeah. You're in Britain, of course, so it's now 1 o'clock, right?
It's 11 o'clock for us.
Yeah, here it's just
Holland, aren't you?
almost 12 o'clock right here.
Anyway, we've got you in now, so that's brilliant. I've been hearing about you anyway, and I know that
Wow.
Ceres has been talking to you.
I think Ceres, are you? Wait, are you like a hippie guy?
Yeah,
Are you
one
that
hippie.
person?
Yeah, he's one hippie, yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's you. Okay, now good to know.
I'm the one hippie. Yeah.
Yeah, with the eye. Yeah, you had some really interesting maps to show with the Google stuff. That was fascinating.
Yeah,
Quite
it's-
similar to what you're doing, isn't it, though, as well?
What I'm doing?
Yeah, what you're talking about.
Well, what I'm talking about is all basically theorizing and just trying to figure out what would be mechanically sound as a model. Because there's all these elements that you have to reconcile with, like, for example, an infinite plane would have infinite amount of problems with air turbulence. So infinite plane is not, a literal infinite plane would not be possible without bizarre turbulence problems, for example. So, but a looping thing would not have that problem as much, because if it's looping from one side to the other, then the buoyancy would just take it over, would balance each other out very easily. So that's
Do you
how I
think that-
approach what I do.
Do you think the chemtrails are looping too, as well, as east to west? I'm just wondering.
Well, it's the space. The space itself loops. So it's just a
Well,
continuation.
it's
It's like
constantly
one.
looping.
It's like a programmed thing. You go off one side of your screen and you end up on the other. To the object, it's just one continual space.
Could they be trying to create an artificial barrier with these chemtrails?
Yeah, it's
No.
a Faraday cage. Alan
I think they are indeed trying to do all kinds of electromagnetical experiments on us. That's for sure. But they're not creating a barrier with that dust. No. How can you create a barrier with dust? No.
Alan reckons they're trying to create a Faraday cage up there, and in that Faraday cage they can do all sorts of things, and they can use it as a weapon.
Including a
Well, Faraday cage, but I think it can be used, for example, as a relay, a magnetic relay. So it could be used to send signals and amplify those signals, making them go a much longer way. So, for example, if there is a large Antarctic region that's almost impossible to build any radio towers on it, then, for example, you could like drop all this dust over it, and as long as it keeps floating on there, you could send a signal and would travel much faster by using that dust as a relay. So that could be a function. Or they could like send up balloons and use those to do that. But I think that the chemtrails, it's very complicated subject. It's a multi-purpose thing that they're using for all kinds of stuff. Probably weather experiment, and also like dropping chemicals and maybe even like bio experiments on us.
Blocking out the sun.
Well,
yeah, it's blocking out the sun.
That is a theory, indeed, that they're doing geoengineering by blocking out the sun.
Well, we know they've had a cloud seed since at least the 80s, when they used to do it for rich people's weddings, or at least get rid of clouds. So.
Yeah, but that's more localized. That's like they just go there, they do just a little bit of spraying of a very specific substance, and then the cloud just disappears. That's not like flying around with dozens and dozens of planes spraying everywhere. That's not the same thing.
No, I'm just saying technology's been there from at least, and that's all I'm saying.
Since the
I keep
60s.
taking pictures, and it's just a grid up there. It's a grid, lines, grid. It's grids everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably some kind of electromagnetic experiment. Sometimes I think that they could change the overall electromagnetic frequency in the air. So who knows? Maybe they are sending signals with radio towers, and they're, for example, if they wanted everyone to simultaneously go into a panic, then they hype up certain elements in the news, like terror attacks everywhere, even if it's fake. Doesn't matter. and then send up that signal, and everyone would go into a panic.
The whole thing
that
about
could be a thing.
earthing, for example, as we are as a body walk on bare feet, earthing ourselves, getting rid of all the positive ions in that sense. And we are all targeted with all the positive ions, but not able to get rid of it in that sense. And build up negative energy in your own body in that sense.
Well, I know one thing it's causing, and that is, ever since all these chemtrails are around, there's a lot of people that just don't look up anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, many people just do not know those chemtrails are there. They just don't know.
No, but they don't want to know. And they've stopped looking up because there's no more beautiful blue sky out there. They're just looking down because they don't want to know.
Yeah.
And sometimes they even forget it's out there, and it's just subconsciously they just don't want to look up.
I think that they have trained us so well that nobody looks at nothing. I brought out this program many months ago by somebody else, and it was about subversion. And in it, there was an MP talking, and he was asked these questions, and he repeated the same thing 5 times, and yet even the interviewer didn't notice he said the same thing. He just changed the words around in that sentence. So everybody was watching that.
Yeah.
So nobody saw that he said, it's like, what are we listening to? We're obviously not listening. Or there's trigger words that get said, and we're only listening to trigger words. But you're right, they've got us trained to the television, haven't they? We're trained to the television in the room.
And we're trained, even with language in our culture, to disregard certain things for all kinds of reasons. Because it's racist or whatever, it's wrong or it's old-fashioned. And we're just trained to disregard large amounts of elements in daily life and in communication. And this has become so automated, such a given in our daily lives, that it's become automated. We just do it ourselves. Self-censorship, basically.
Well, most people don't realise we're controlled. We're controlled in everything. They channel us. I think we're in some kind of communism. We just don't realise it.
I realise it.
Everything is channeled, and people don't realise about subversion, how they do things, false gods, breaking up families.
Just look how much social justice warrior stuff has become popularized and been adopted and been responded to by media and governments. Social justice warriors are communists. That's what they are. So yeah, we are communist. Entire England is communist. Most of Europe is basically communist. It's not just a red flag.
People don't realise, and you give your consent to it, or don't even realise what you're consenting to.
Yeah, because they think they're fighting for like equality and all that, but it's just a government agenda. It's a co-opted thing. Same with the environmentalism. That's a co-opted thing.
Yeah, that's been taken over.
We've just had a general election. I don't know anybody in my group who's from the UK who voted. I didn't vote. I can't vote
I've
for it
never
anymore.
voted. I don't see the point in voting me. Even before Flat Earth and all that, I realised, well, what's the point anyway? They're all the same.
Voting would matter. They'd make it illegal. Whose quote is that? I think it was Stalin. I'm not sure.
So anyway,
there's a word like if you say anarchy, we all are taught that that's like a wrong word. That's someone's not right when you say that, and all anarchy means is freedom. So we don't even know the words.
It means governmentless, but anarchy always tends to lead to group formation. So anarchy is basically impossible. It's unsustainable in the long run, in my opinion.
Then you have to watch what anarchy isn't from Larkin Rose. That's a whole other description of what's actually anarchy.
I'm just talking about the technical anarchy. It's very hard to do because anarchy usually leads to one form or the other that is kind of autocratic, because people just come together and because they want power, and that's what happens. So you have to have some kind of understanding, and that's why I personally subscribe to decentralized form of libertarian government with a very limited government, very controlled by a mass, So there is some kind of oversight
small as
to
possible.
prevent external group formation, which would just take it over again. But it's very
And
complicated.
in that sense, for me, anarchy is just personally actually taking responsibility for the freedom I have.
Oh, yeah, but that's a person. That's like the personal anarchy, like how you live your life. I was basically referring to the government form of anarchy,
to
which
actually responsibility itself, as that is probably the utopia we want to live in. That everybody actually takes their own responsibility, instead of laying it all
If only.
around on each other. You know, actually taking responsibility makes that things are really flowing. And yeah, you don't need a government in that sense. Control can only exist when chaos exists. Otherwise, you don't have a reason for control to exist. And
Well, I think
control
with the government, I
itself,
think it might be something that would only be needed for certain people who, like,
it's for the children. It's the
that
parent
the
for the child. That particular thing of that the responsibility is taken over by the parent because the child just can't take it yet. It doesn't realize it even that it has to take it. They're growing up eventually to become the adult and take that responsibility, but in the state systems of control, there is no real allowance to become that particular adult, to actually have taken that particular responsibility for your freedom, that you don't need them any longer. They actually manifest the whole chaos part to convince you that they are needed for you.
well, that's the deep state. That's like the part that's so far out of control that they are basically trying to direct everything that's happening to make it more manageable for the upper echelons of control. Although, like on the base level, the United States is pretty good because it has been compartmentalized in a way that there's state control that can direct their own different types of laws, and I think that is a very good system because that creates a diversity and that makes people able to move to wherever they are most comfortable at, basically. So that is the good part about it. The down part is the deep state and the CIA that are just on purpose making a mess out of things to give more control to the federal government that's parasiting on top of it all.
Make it bigger. Indeed.
I think it's the United Nations. It's the United Nations that got all the countries together to sign the Antarctic Treaty and to educate and indoctrinate the youth around the world and in the adult populations that we live on a globe.
Yeah, it should be a wake-up call to people when they find out that these 47 nations are apparently all enemies of each other.
Yeah. And then
but they're not enough of an enemy to actually step out of the circle.
I suppose it's like,
everyone would turn on them.
You know, like the football matches, and you get like the town clubs and cities, what have you. You know, they're playing against each other, and then when it comes to like the like the international matches, that they're playing with each other. You know, like, it's crazy, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of a way, in a way, from what I've gathered at least, it's the same system as what in medieval times with the city-states. Cities were at war with each other. The rulers always tried to take each other over, but there would still be civil conduct between them. So that's now how the world functions, with countries that are basically predatory towards each other, but they have still some kind of civil conduct, conspiracies that they do together on all of the masses. And if one steps out of line, like for example, say Germany in the 30s, like 90 years ago, then all of them would all pile on. Just like, okay, this guy is breaking that one contract, we all have to band together to just stop them. So I personally think.
So when people say, "Oh, how could they affects the moon landing and the shape of the Earth will, because they're sworn to secrecy, and if they tell anyone, then they're done for.
You know where they did it?
Yeah, that too.
They did it in your mind. Nowhere else.
What?
They changed the story only in your mind. They sold you the ball, the space, the moon, etc. They sold you everything
That's the
in your
base
mind.
conditioning. They made it psychological and about your imagination. All the ball design, all of that. I like to explain this. It's all based on visuals. It's based on something tangible. You can imagine this ball inside of your hand being the Earth and all the air around you being space. It's very easy to imagine, and because they show you this at a very young age, it sticks.
Yep.
And it sticks. It's very comforting because it's so simple to oversee. And then when somebody says, no, that's all false, it's all flat, then it's so confusing because you've had this imagination all your life. And it's so tangible.
Yeah, because you're taught it at an age when you're impressionable.
Yeah, but it's so easy. It's easy.
You know something else as well? We live in a space loop. The space is here, not up there. We're living in
no outer space.
It's no outer space, no vacuum outer space, no infinite vacuum.
There's only a living space.
Yeah,
just a different medium.
Do you know something I wish people would do? I really wish people would go and look at a few of the footages of NASA. I've only looked at a few, and I think I'm on number 9 video now of the mistakes. I've got paused astronauts. We've got so much noise.
Well, the thing I was talking about before, it's like it almost seems like they're doing it on purpose. I mean, I think they are doing it on purpose for whatever reason. Like they have some agenda. Like they're trying to.
No, they're also testing. I think because I feel like I've been a real fan of that stuff for a long time. Really fanatical up until 2 years ago when I basically switched and said, okay, I want the truth. I know I can't handle it, but I don't care. I want it anyway. And that's why I really got into flat Earth and figured out, oh my God, it's all fake. But before that time, I loved NASA footage. You know why? Not because I would look at it to see if it's fake, but because it triggered my fantasy of outer space and the idea that we would one day do the science fiction stuff, go with spaceships.
Yeah, the science
and that's
fiction.
what you're thinking of when you're looking at it. You're not looking like, is this real? Could this be real? No, people that believe it, they're just dreaming when they're looking at it.
People are in love with space.
Yes, they are.
So went to
we're
space
critical.
center.
We're critical. We look at it and see the
Investor.
flaws. They are not looking at that.
They're in love with it. Everybody goes, oh, space.
Yeah.
It brings out the Flash Gordon in all of us.
Exactly. It's this. It's a sci-fi. It's the infinite possibility.
What Marshall says about knowledge is in the mind, and all the knowledge in the mind is blinding us from actually looking to what there is.
Hold on. Be right back.
All right.
Well, it's to keep us from thinking about the infinite possibilities here on Earth.
Hiding you in that sense.
Because don't forget, we're really small and insignificant. We're a speck of dust, and everything out there is so much bigger than we are.
No, you're the universe. You are the center of the whole universe. Everyone is. Everything is. How the hell do you present that?
And we're actually the biggest thing, and everything out there is much smaller. It's quite cruel what they've done, really. I kind of call it treason, to be honest. I think it's treason what they've done to lie to us like that, because all I can see is they've made a fake reality. Sorry, they've made a fake reality for us, and you believe the fake reality, but it's not real, it's fake.
Okay.
You know, oh, they're on the space station, or we've gone to the moon. It's all fake. And so you're living in a fake reality, and what I see is that takes your freedom away, because everybody's believing fake.
I've just had some very serious poltergeist activity downstairs.
All right.
That's weird. Like somebody threw a plate off the counter. Like somebody, yeah, that was weird.
What did you say? Some very serious
serious poltergeist activity.
His name comes up everywhere because Ceres is the computer, isn't it? On iPhones, you talk Ceres.
No, serious, just for realsies. Anyway, that happens sometimes when I get really into the flow about talking about this stuff. Like the spirits don't like it.
Yeah. I figure.
Anyway, but yeah, it's what it is. It's a dream when you look at the space stuff and about to NASA, and I still do this sometimes because first with flat Earth and space, you have to figure out, hey, they're lying to you, and they're basically using this lie and our dreams to siphon off a lot of money from us, and that's criminal. That's really bad. It's evil.
Yeah, it is.
But why would that eventually have to lead to the total annihilation of all of this? Because it's a beautiful dream. It's amazing. It should just be classified a dream, just like Santa Claus, just like the Easter Bunny. It's really cool stuff. It's cool things to imagine about. Like, should we get rid of all sci-fi? No, I don't think so. But we should not be lied about it eternally, and there shouldn't be tax scams based upon this fantasy. So
people just they suspend disbelief when they're watching these sci-fi, and it's like everything else is sci-fi, but they see the globe, in the background. They're like, "Wow, that's my home."
Yeah, but we could go there one day.
But when they see a CGI rendering of the globe, they still think it's
People
real.
don't even think what they're seeing. I mean, I got it where they've got stars coming out of the Earth. You can definitely see an astronaut. One of her hair looked like, say, Ceres flat, and then the next one's up. She looks like a witch. It's like people aren't noticing that some of them have got normal hair and some of them have got backbrush hair.
Yeah.
If their necklaces are moving, why aren't the things like the collars on their shirts trying to move? Because they're quite light. It just goes on and on. And if you actually start looking at it, it's all. And one other thing, I don't really want to say the word.
Yeah, the space station stuff is really, really weird.
I was going through the footage.
Transition things that just doesn't make any sense.
They could literally shave some bits of the hair off and have like the Liberty spikes.
Don't you think though, if you go into, I know they're not quite the army, but anything in the army, they have their hair really short. So why are these women looking like witches? But there is
the women kind of look like a lot of them. They don't look very feminine, do they?
No, probably not. But can I just say something? I don't want to use the word, but I was going through this footage, and suddenly this really nasty word jumped out. BITCH. You can hear them say it. And how could they leave that on a NASA feed with children watching? It's on one of my videos.
Yeah, I agree, but they do this because, well, in this age, when you're liberal, it's okay to swear because all the kids do it and blah, 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 it's okay now. Like, all the radios stopped the whole censorship thing with curse words anyway. So they're just going with the times. It's a terrible habit. Yeah, they should not do that, but... No.
I don't think they care, do they? I just think everybody has bought it so badly. They just don't care. No one's watching enough footages, and I can see it all for myself. You can see torches in the background when there's supposed to be only two of them outside. You can see flipper kind of things. You can almost see a scuba diver come in, and they've airbrushed most of it out, but they've left some of it in there, so you can see it. So
what I'm saying is, why aren't they trying harder to get rid of these errors and make sure that they don't screw up?
Don't know.
Well, there's a lot of things to theorize about this, and I've been thinking maybe they're not getting the full budget anymore. Because if we really believe that all those billions that NASA gets actually goes to these people that do the trickery, you're completely out of it. It's wrong. They're not getting all that money. I think they're getting a very small budget, and maybe it could be some kind of protest, like, hey, we need more money to actually get some real visuals going. And they're just not getting it because all the military is just hogging it all.
And not messing up express.
Yeah, it's like when people are like, oh, look, the NASA's getting $19 billion a year, but the military is getting way more than that.
Or they put it back
I
in the
guess it's how
economy.
they fund everything. It's how they fund the wars, how they fund HAA.
It's
how
how they
fund
do their secret projects that they cannot leave any traces of because spies would catch on. It's their
called black
all that
budget.
billions go to the 100% top secret projects that nobody ever gets to know about.
Yeah, do you know what
Because
the
they
most...
can. The military stuff, they have to actually prove where the money goes. They have to register this. But the NASA funding, it just can disappear completely. And nobody would know about what they're doing with it.
Yeah, you know what the most...
They build a lot of flying saucers. That's all I
For
know.
example, that's one thing they could have done with it. And other stuff, they could be building giant laser beams or
They
you know
could have
what
just told
sci-fi
us
stuff.
through. We were an infinite plane, and they did they?
No, then they would be uncovered for all their secret mining projects they've been doing beyond the poles, for their cheap, expensive resources that they've been selling at high prices here in these continents.
So you say about how, you know, with the looping thing, right? So, well, you said there's more going on north and south, though, so does it just, like, eventually loop back round or something?
That's a very good question. I don't know. I don't know if it does. It could.
So
You
so
don't
far,
ever
I
reach-
know that it works exactly like the fourth dimensional looping, but it is just way bigger in the sense that you need probably 26 times the distance of east-west to make the whole circle north-south. And
How
then-
did
and then
you come
have
to the
doing
26
through Yevon.
times? How did you come to the 26 times conclusion?
Several things. First was that heaven was counted as 26, and the number came up a lot. And next, you have the 7 chakras, in where you have the 7th actually as the middle of the 13 chakras. What is the focal point with 6 above, 6 below? And this 13 you can also have twice in the alphabet, between A and M and M and G. Kind of.
Okay.
The alpha and omega is the complete circle of the whole alphabet, and every letter stands for one of the squares.
Oh, wait, yeah, but the alphabet's not always the same. So
and
there's
then
like
you have
different.
the G as the 7th letter and the T as the 7th letter, in the middle of 13 squares, each 13 squares. And those 13 squares actually loop into itself as a circle, as a space circle, space loop.
Okay.
The same way as we locally loop east-west. But north-south...
Well, it could be. It's a possibility. I've kept
the
it
whole-
part open.
the whole Y
It could be just
is-
a rectangular that's not looping, that's like cut off at the north and at the
Yeah.
south at some point, or it could be looping.
Let's begin.
Why would it only be looping in one direction and not another direction?
First of all, I began.
There's no
with-
reason for it.
First of all, I began with the photographic square. Second, I came across the extra square on top and on the bottom in the elevation data, and from there, I figured I actually needed the flower of life pattern here to make sense of this. And the flower of life pattern causes that you need at least 13 squares to repeat itself. The circle, you actually draw 15 circles in 13 squares to end up with the circle exactly in the middle of the square, and that's the
Okay, but
heavenly
that's-
square. And that's
that
the flower of
very
life in one direction. Here.
Yeah, I know you showed it. I followed
This
that, but
one.
it's all kind of
needs this.
etherical.
Yeah, I know it's all
So-
in, but that's where the flower of life actually fills more in the 3 squares I already have, because I can't figure out where I need to put, how I put this triple square actually in perspective, other than through an east-west looping in east-west with only a single square, and then multiple square in north-south direction, and I figured out it was at least 13, and through the
Yeah,
whole
but those are
alphabet,
all
I
purely
figured even that
speculative,
it
because
should be 26. because you
But
have that.
it's purely speculative to start beyond what you know, that it's south or it's east to west looping. It's a conclusion we can draw based on just the assumptions that we can measure.
I can't.
And that there's land beyond the north and south, we can conclude this from several observations and journeys. And it's just open. We don't know for certain. We'd have to measure it.
So what do you think
draw
about
any kind of solid conclusions
what do
about
you think about the Admiral Byrd exploration?
The what?
I think it's very interesting.
But apparently he was a Freemason, so a lot of people aren't trusting that.
Yeah, but how would you not trust in that? Because what makes Freemason not very trustworthy is that they keep secrets. Not that they necessarily lie about things.
No.
So why would he have come out with it, finding land beyond the South Pole?
Because he wanted the fame, probably, or he had another plan. He like this stuff happens. There's like these groups can get into disagreements about the plan, and somebody can break with the plan. He might have thought, you know what, I want something different to be done, so I'm going to try to spill the beans in the hopes that people will latch onto it and force another type of progress.
Do you all think he was in Antarctica, or do you think he was somewhere else?
I think he went beyond the ice circle, or circle, beyond the ice wall, basically. And there's other accounts
High Jump.
of. Can I please answer one question at a time?
Yeah.
There's like this story about what's it again? New Australia. That's like a land beyond Argentina. He went to Argentina, then he crossed the ice wall over there, broke through with ice stuff, went into another sea, and then came on another landmass, and they called it New Australia.
There are records of this.
Yes, I know. That's why I consider that as, well, sort of a solid lead or solid evidence. There's also the story of the guy, what's his name again, who went with his father on a boat trip to the North Pole. And then he encountered the mountain range with the stream, went down it into the inner sea, like a very elaborate story. But also he mentioned that he actually ended up from the South Pole. That was very, very bizarre.
Huh?
That was in that book. That's what I remember.
He just got back north. That's what I got.
No, he went into another river and then he came out at the ice circle in the south. And he was very surprised about that. He didn't come back from the rivers, also because they all flow to the north. They all flow downwards into that inner sea there. I don't know, it was very bizarre. I should probably study that some more.
Well, I thought you said there was more land above the North Pole.
Well, there's pictures of my icon is basically a stylized version of this. There is this mountain range in the center there. Mercator even drew it out with 4 rivers that run into an inner sea. And it is said there is a magnetic mountain in the center of that inner sea. That's basically the land masses that is known of it. And there's also another story that when you go there, you go into another, like a hollow earth type area,
Yeah, like
where
a
the sun goes away. There's only like a misty cloud that gives off light. So it's like an inner earth thing. And there's another couple of land masses there, and there's maps of this too. But it's only written about by German explorers. So I've only seen one map of that.
The worlds beyond the poles. You have also.
So I don't know. It's very complicated because it's not just one map after the other. There's not one.
Here, actually, what I want to say is I have this particular triple square on what the actual dimensions are of the triple square of what there is, and the most known part is only the middle square. And I don't know what there is beyond, But so far the elevation data shows that you actually need the triple square to build up the tree of life pattern, what actually fits the elevation data in mountains, valleys, particular, how do you call this, the pillars of earth, the 4 pillars of earth, kind of that you have a plus plus, a plus minus, a minus minus, and a minus plus as valleys and mountains under sea or above land. And you see these particular flower of life patterns in the elevation, and that is only occurring when you actually line up the center, the heart chakra of the tree of life with the crossing of the of the sun analema, what is on the exactly on the golden ratio between the tropic and the equator. And then actually the whole flower of life thing lines up with, in the southern side and at the edge you have a particular wave. It actually lines up exactly in the middle of the wave, and from above it lines up exactly at the edge of the wave. And that's all with the flower of life and the elevation data.
That's very confusing to me. You should probably like make a really good animation of this, because I don't really see how this relates to any exploration details.
What it was is that we weren't going to come out with our stuff right now, because that's the bit that Ceres had to do. But because we've been coming on these hangouts and we've had hangouts, Ceres has started to talk about his work. But in a way, you know, that's the bit that we need to do, is some animation of this.
Yeah, because it sounds very complicated. It's very ethereal in a way. But if you could have a good animation,
do you see my screen share? Do you see my
screen
screen
Wheeler,
share?
Free Energy, Santos, all together, and no one's done this before. No one's got as far as what Ceres is doing.
Okay. Well, I did see that his map, his Google map thing, and that was very fascinating, because that's just like a tangible result. It's is he presenting it now?
Yeah, do you see my screen sharing?
Yes.
Set it to present.
If you just press his box, it'll come up as the main picture.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they can see it in the Hangout, but
I can see it on mine.
yeah, I can see it now too.
The feed the actual Hangout might be a few seconds behind.
I don't see it in the stream yet, actually.
You stream it, it goes out 10, 20 seconds, or whatever it is after we actually speak.
I need to. Who? Why don't
I think that the one that's organizing the Hangout must set him to present, to actually show that on the Hangout.
The sharing has stopped somewhere.
How do I do that?
By hovering over him and then clicking on it.
I did.
No,
I had him up.
I see black myself. I can't even see my. What is
It's
it?
gone now.
We can see you. Oh, you've gone black again, Ceres.
Where? Yeah, where is?
I had him up as the main box.
Anyway, from all the data that I've gathered so far through YouTube, I've gone as far as, well, learning about these 2 separate types of land beyond the North Pole, which is the mountain range with the 4 rivers going into the inner sea, and the possible inner Earth type weird continent. I don't even know what's its name, like Schrawagenland or something, a very German sounding name. And that's like only one map I've ever seen of that. Could be complete fiction, I don't know. It's like the only 2 clues I have of lands beyond the North Pole. And well, the Chinese map is from beyond the South Pole, and that's so large, even that map, that, yeah.
But that's like the AE projection map.
The AE projection, what?
Okay,
It's
so
it's a circular map, isn't it?
Yeah, it's circles. It's like what's made around the circle-centric map, and then there's that Chinese map has like these bunch of islands
so the
around
Buddha
it.
map. Yeah, the Buddha map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is another possibility, and who knows how large that actually is. But it could be also a misleading part to reinforce the circle-centric model, because in reality it could be very different looking. It could be just a bunch of islands
Don't you have the
that are
same
just
problem
on
here
top
with
of each
the
other.
infinities? The infinities make it impossible in that sense that you have an infinite air around you in an infinite plane from a center point. That's that same infinity problem you have, and here you actually close down the infinities within finite distances.
Yeah, but the rectangular looping Earth would also solve that problem. Because if it's always looping from east to west, then buoyancy will keep the air in.
Of the northern and the southern magnetical pillars, in which between where the actual firmament rests, above us, within where we have to live in our own realm. It's all within our own realm, in where the sun, moon, planets, and the weather and everything else is. Beyond our realm is kind of that we need to go through a kind of barrier. I'm not sure what barrier, but it seems as at least the magnetical
Your
barriers.
sound is terrible.
Oh, sorry. At least the magnetical barriers. Oh, maybe my. No.
Well, in my personal rectangular looping model, there doesn't necessarily need to be a firmament topping to make it function, because the law of buoyancy would basically just keep the heavy air down.
Can I just say, I did tell you that we are in association with a person. He's called the Doc on YouTube. He's into free energy and making free energy devices, which he's hoping to open source. He used to work for an electricity company, and they used equipment, and some of it was that he knew what he found, and some of it he's found himself. So he monitored the fact that there is a firmament, and he could find it north, south, east, and west. We're in an enclosed system, but it's a frequency. He can't tell if it's any more than a frequency, but it's a frequency, and it fits us perfectly. And also, he's picked up the Earth's heartbeat.
Okay.
I've heard it in his car. It's a frequency on his radio. There aren't obviously going to be many radios like his. Beat sounded like someone walking around.
Yeah, I've heard of the Schumann resonance.
Yeah. So
Schumann resonance.
Everything is frequencies. Everything. And we don't realise it. I'm quite surprised we can live here, to be honest.
Everything has a frequency.
Imagine we're breathing in all that free energy. We're still breathing it in. It's electric.
Then if that's the case, and they know there's a firmament, and it is a frequency, then they might be trying to, like Arwijn said earlier, with these chemtrails to electrify the sky or to change the frequency of the firmament so they can get past it.
That is a very
Something
interesting.
like that?
Yes. That, who knows, if it's not a tangible object but just an energy barrier of some kind, then who knows? They could actually go beyond it if there is one, because, or if there is anything beyond it, because I've also been theorizing, and this is just purely theorizing, that it might just be the confines in which matter is able to exist. There may just be an edge, and beyond that there cannot be any matter. There is like an empty space that cannot be filled. There's just no room for matter of any type to exist beyond such a point. So that could also be the firmament. It could just be the edge.
So
and
not
then it
even
wouldn't have
energy.
to be an object to rest on anything. It would be like a glass ceiling or whatever. It would just be the edge. And beyond that, there's nothing. It's like the edge of the simulation, basically. You could imagine it like that.
Arwijn, do you believe in the Bible, right? In certain parts of it, right?
I believe it contains very interesting data, yes.
Okay. How about the record of Sodom and Gomorrah? Where would fire and brimstone come from, and what would it be? For example, if it's true. Could there be something up there that could be shot down upon us or anything like that?
Well, that's all taking it very literal again. Like, we should learn by now that we shouldn't constantly try to imagine everything as being spatially next to other things. They could just be basically portals to another frequency entirely, like to a water dimension or a fire dimension. Just open up a portal and just send fire from that place into here and then close it up again.
Well, the reason why I ask if
they need to be next to us.
The reason why I ask is, what if they're on the verge and there is some sort of glass ceiling up there, and they're getting ready to try to break through it or break the glass ceiling, and that's why they've prepared underground bunkers and stuff like that? Do you believe in the?
Or maybe they're trying to get to the right frequency. Maybe they're trying to get to the firmament frequency.
Yeah. Well,
they can break through the frequency.
They could try to get through it. They could try to break it, but like, why are we worrying about this? It's like,
could they be getting close to doing this? They have an end game, obviously, or no?
Well, they're paranoid lunatics. That's for sure. That's what we know. It doesn't mean they're actually going to succeed at anything.
Right. I've always heard that they're going to try to fake some kind of alien invasion or something like that. I'm just wondering. I'm just speculating. That's all.
Well, they could definitely do that for sure. Very easy. Just have to make everyone believe in aliens and spaceships and just bring a bunch of people in masks or whatever and bring them down. And if authority just spreads around, the media spreads around, yeah, they're real, then everybody's going to assume it's real. And if they don't, then they'll get arrested, that kind of stuff. So it doesn't need to be that literal.
If you could just look at your screen right now, Ceres is showing what they do to make the ball.
Oh.
Raw data, and the right one is the ball.
This is what you get from Google Maps as the original square image. This is what happens when you transform this image into this image of the triple square into this particular image. And when you project it even on the ball, then the longitude gets adjusted as well, and then you end up with this image. And if you ask me, houses have mainly 90-degree corners, and you will see here that they have all different corners in.
Please go back to the picture. You're not on the picture.
Who? I am on.
You're on the bent globe bit.
Ah.
Sorry, just so that you can see it, like when you're looking at it.
The
little picture he's got at the top. That's it.
Yeah. And this is how I can only explain how the square is actually the original photograph. So far they glued it together as overlay photos, but you will end up with actually the whole square as the main photograph, and you can't fit that in anything but leave it for what it is, because it's the original photograph. And this is a zoom level in where you can actually see the empirical see it on the empirical level of your own location, of how you can actually see that your own location gets distorted as it is projected on the ball. I figured through Google Earth they actually have a certain level beyond where they start to morph into the ball projection to end up with the ball. And as soon as you zoom in to a certain level that you can't see the detail, you will see the ball projection until you get the actual detail which you can see what should be right, and that is the moment you see just a square image as a two-dimensional.
That's interesting. Yeah, so they have 3 different stages in which they reshape the dimensions of the map. 3 stages.
And in all
That's
cases,
interesting.
in every step, they actually destroy reality with it. And this is my reason for actually getting the square as the center point, in where we actually need to understand first the east-west space loop. And if we actually got that, we can probably also understand the 5th-dimensional looping. I have only no idea how to actually put the 6th-dimensional in up and down, other than that I see that you have through the planets and the and the sun and the moon, they're from above to below influences in their electromagnetic effects through the astrological story of this, the astrological knowledge, etc. Astrology knowledge, I mean. In where Santos Bonacci's work is tying in for a big part. And we ourselves are, in a sense, six-dimensionally as a tree from heaven, with our roots in heaven in our head, in a sense, and as a tree in the world, instead of having our roots in the ground, we have our roots in the heaven, and that's how we live the other way around.
Okay.
And the seventh dimension is then the containing a container of that particular field, but then I can't get in beyond the seventh yet into the whole 13, if of how the flower of life is actually based on the 13 within the square. It's you have the circle and you have the square, and actually between them you have the triangle as the line system between all the interference patterns of all the circles within those squares. And the square is the spatial construct, but the circles and the flower of life is the dynamic construct within the whole spatial construct. That is that particularly frequency based, and if you ask me, also purely spiritually based, as Jesus actually is saying that we have to get out of the flesh into the spirit to be truly reborn. In that sense, actually realizing the true essence of yourself. How far I actually figured that they're not trying to hide God at all, or Jesus. They're promoting that highly, but they're actually hiding you, the actual essence of ourselves, the deepest essence of ourselves, and why we are here and who we are here. And it has everything to do with the actual freedom we have. But
we're also collecting compass readings, by the way. We have a database of compass readings. And even when you use Google Maps, everything is flat until you start pulling out, and then it turns to a ball. And it's just so ridiculous where people think if it's flat when you're there, why would it be a ball there?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, because we're only seeing a little portion of it. It's locally flat. That's what they'll say.
No, I can get I can get all the compass readings over England and a part of Europe. It shows that they're straight lines. It's only when you pull further out, when you want to get more of the ball, well, what they're making into the ball, as you pull it out, it turns further up. Yeah. I can get all of England and part of Europe, they're all straight.
Yeah.
On the simulation. And looking at everything flat, we've all done it. There's a few of us here who believed in flat Earth or stayed as flat earthers as children, but a lot of us have only woken up in the last few years. It's just ridiculous. You're watching it, it's flat, and yet you would still think it's a ball. It's terrible, isn't it? The mind control that they've done.
Yeah, but that's why I said it's just it's an imagination thing. It's a visualization. It hasn't anything to do with measuring or any practical need. It's just the imagination. You just need to imagine it's a ball, because then you can hold the ball in your hand and think this is a ball, it's Earth, and we're in space. That's the trick. That's all.
Do you know what the most famous 6-part cartoon series is?
What's that then?
NASA moon landings.
Oh.
Yeah, good one.
Oh, those things. Anyway, they've destroyed all the information of how to get there now, haven't they?
Yeah, conveniently.
But they're going to Mars.
They destroyed all the technology to go back as well.
Yeah, that's all.
You reckon they're working on a fake Mars mission or something?
No, they're just saying they are, so they get more money.
Yeah, they'll just keep putting it off more and more. They'll come up with more and more excuses. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, someone was saying it would be pretty easy to stage a Mars landing, isn't it? Because, I mean, you know, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some. I mean, you'd think they would be able to fix some You know, they can literally just do it in a desert somewhere. You know, like.
Well, it's not as easy as it was in the 60s, because in the 60s they had the excuse and cover of having very grindy camera work, and a lot of people that were very gullible because technology was new and still people didn't figure out as easily that it could be faked. That's why it worked. Now everywhere you got CGI experts, you got all that stuff. It's so much harder to do. So if they're gonna even try to do anything close to that, they have to perfect the simulation. So they cannot be traced back, and they're probably not gonna even try. They're just gonna promise the people, and that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, they'd be under huge scrutiny if even the slightest error would be detected by people. You know,
it's like they shoot this rocket up. There's imagery up till a certain height, and then they go switch over to the virtual part.
To the what?
The virtual part.
Oh, right.
They're admitting it's virtual.
Because when they shoot a rocket up, it levels off, and then it seems to kind of go back down again, and then they cut the feed, and then it's the CGI rocket or something.
Yeah, then it's so-called in space and going around, and it's pure imaginary.
What about, did everybody see the one that's been out in the 80s when a head popped up? And nobody still noticed a head popping up.
Where's what?
A few weeks ago, someone put a video on, and basically in the 80s they were using models, and what it was is this person comes in and you can see their head just, and then they have a fake satellite coming out the top, and you can see the strings.
Wow.
But nobody noticed.
I've not seen that.
Yeah, that particular image also where even in the background, if you actually do some filters on it, you actually see a complete face of somebody looking from behind to the model. Or as a reflection on something. I'm not sure, but
what's his name? Ceres? His actual name out? Arseholes? What's he called?
I have no idea.
Flat Earth asshole, you mean?
Yeah, he did it.
Oh.
Huh.
I mean, what I mean is that's one name I can say that if you go to his YouTube channel or whatever, you'll find it on there.
Okay, cool.
Has anyone seen the Moon Creators debunked video?
Not yet.
Well, I mean, I've heard like some rebuttal to that maybe it's because of the impact of it is like so intense that it actually just the asteroid or whatever it blows up and it just makes a round hole, whether it's coming in at any angle. I don't know.
Someone in our group reckoned that they just look exactly the same. All the craters look like bubbles, and if you actually talk to people who are taking regular photographs and filming the moon, they'll say it looks pretty flat. You're not looking at a globe.
So what do you think about like the curved shadow? Do you think there's some other like body coming in front of it?
What? In front of what?
In front of the moon.
To cause phases of the moon each month?
Well, it causing the curved shadow on the moon. What do you think's causing that?
It's almost as if something is rolled in front of it and rolled back from it, even though it's twisting and turning, but then the twisting could be because of refraction and all that, but it just looks to me like something rolls in front and rolls away.
Well, it could be kind of like twisted in all different directions, possibly. Who knows?
The heavenly bodies are like fifth dimensional, as I like to say. They're holographic. We don't know where it's coming from. So it could basically be a mechanical device that is indeed causing that shadow to appear in phases in front of it. And we just get to see the end result in the instance.
I reckon there's a couple of different moons, to be honest. There's a moon which comes out like, and it's just the shape it is. It's not very high. I went to work one day and I was there for an hour and a half. I had to drive 7 miles before I saw the moon again. And it was over this valley. It wasn't a big hill I was coming over, but it was over this valley and it was actually there. It wasn't, no one like miles away would be able to see it. I had to drive 7 miles to see it. That's pretty local, isn't it?
I don't know.
And then I had another person, he was at the bottom of the hill. It was a taller hill than I went because it's in Scotland. And when he got to the top of the hill, the moon had gone.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that local.
But in the UK, I mean, we see so many things differently here. What we see in the sky compared to even the Big Dipper, some of the Americans will say it's stretched out across the sky and then it goes below the horizon. It never goes below the horizon for me. And it goes round like corners. It goes down at one corner, comes up at the other, twists round, comes across and goes across, and then I lose it because it either gets light or I've gone to sleep. But it doesn't go around, it goes around these corners. It twists and does all these things. And yet other people don't see it like that.
Well, they think that when, the heliocentrists, well, all of the heliocentrists think that the reason why we see the sun set and the sun moving across the sky is because we're falling away from it.
I tell you what, if they ever thought about it, it'd be the worst merry-go-round ride of your life if we were spinning.
Mm-hmm.
And not just that, I wanted to say one thing that not many people know about this, and the moon has, is it 2 equinoxes a month? And on those times, it does a certain thing, and this person told me I could get that information off that person when the next one is. He said, at a certain time, watch the moon. I couldn't believe it. For an hour, so the moon came in sort of from the west, goes slightly east, but still going west. It went north. It was still going slightly west, but it was generally going north, and it dragged all the stars with it. Then it stopped.
Would that be like the perspective?
Then it stopped, sort of like it dropped them off, and then it went west, but it went much quicker.
Yeah, could that be perspective because of where we are, like, in relation to it?
Well, the moon moves the stars. The moon moves the stars around to make the seasons and everything. It's the moon that does it.
So what's the sun doing then?
The moon is, it's not the moon that, well, the sun is more to do with the sea, isn't it, Ceres? The tides. It's the other way round. They told you it's the moon, but the sun probably has more influence on the tides than the moon.
Yeah, but how would that work?
I have no idea exactly.
I think the tides are completely separate from all the heavenly bodies.
Yeah.
I don't even think that like the heating of the earth is really truly dependent on the heavenly bodies in any way. I think it's more caused by the Earth's heating, but also the tides. It's more likely to be some kind of
Well, I heard the theory
that keeps sucking in the water and pumping it out again. I don't know.
That it's coming from the center. That's being kind of emanated from the North Pole or something.
That's one possibility, but yeah, we'd have to actually test that to be sure. But
again,
it would be very interesting to see that happen. Seeing the rivers flow one direction and then seeing it flowing the other. That would be very interesting to see.
It's interesting how the Mediterranean doesn't have much of a tide apparently, and so because you'd think, well, that would have a tide, wouldn't it, on the bowl, and the moon's pulling on it, or whatever.
Yeah, but that's
I don't know. I'm not saying if we
based
were
on gravitational pull, that's all BS.
Yeah, I know that's all BS, but just kind of saying, but so it would kind of, when someone was saying there's something to do with like the salt in the water that might have something to do with tides as well.
Well, everything's magnetical again, isn't it? Salt is.
Well, so it's to do with
could be the whole magnetic
static electricity or something.
I see, for example, in the elevation data, you have particular bands of what they call the platonic edges in that sense, but they look like actual electrical highways in a way, in how the energy is brought from north to south and south to north between the poles in that sense. And you have a kind of dynamic circle within that going from east to west. It's hard to see because you're actually have to move with the line in to see where it actually completely goes, to oversee it as a whole drawing in that sense.
Yeah.
Eventually,
Yeah,
I
you say
probably need to make a poster with at least 7 of these triple squares next to each other to actually show all the dynamics what's working in there.
So what would you say about
what
electrical highways?
Yeah.
Well, make sure you don't go speeding when you go on those electrical highways, or you might get charged.
It's kind of where all the brakes and all the energy is released as well in the earth, in where all the earthquakes are coming from, etc., etc. You know, and it's kind of more as if it is an electrical phenomenon working on the matter level, on earth level in that sense. But you have this through the earth, the water, the air, and the fire and the ether as a whole spectrum of what the whole kind of spiritual electric phenomenon is. I mean, even the Mandelbrot I see back as sort of the finite, infinite word of the Most High, in where we are vibrating as a small part of exactly the same as in the image, in that sense. But yeah, and then there's this particular thing about consciousness itself. How conscious are we of where we are, etc., what we are and who we are, and then within and without, in here and in there, out there, in this realm, and how we are in heaven as well, because we're on all levels actually, and it's all about becoming aware of being on all those levels. In what Osho says about how knowledge is actually blinding us from actually looking.
You're constantly involving all the spiritual stuff, but we're actually trying to talk about cosmology here. So keep dragging this in. It's very distracting.
Mm-hmm.
I know you know a lot about that stuff, but like, if we keep involving spiritual stuff and consciousness every time we're talking about, like, hey, why is the sea, why is the tide rising, why is it lowering? It doesn't all have to do with spiritual stuff. We're trying to figure out why it is. It's just a practical thing. It's very distracting.
Okay.
Just saying. But anyway, it could be a Tesla coil. It could be that there isn't a force that is, like, indeed, like, sucking in the water and blowing it out again, and could be that the sea is salty, because then it would conduct electricity much easier. So it could be part of, well, like a Tesla coil. I've heard that concept before, that the Earth is actually some kind of a Tesla coil, and there is magnetics north to south. It's very obvious. So it could be part of the design. And I've also reasoned out that, for example, volcanoes could be caused by magnetic friction points that would then, in these magnetic friction points, would cause the metals in the stone to heat up so heavily that it would cause the stone to melt, and then cause pressure and basically cause volcanic eruptions at those magnetic friction points. So electricity is definitely a part of the design in many, many ways. That's what I think. But I still don't really understand how the tides work. There's this theory that it's caused by the rivers.
What do you think about the pyramids?
Sea as well.
There's a couple of pyramids in the Bermuda Triangle under the water. They reckon they're sucking the water in and out. That might be another reason. The one thing that
well, you would have to actually see water flow going in there, out there, to even come close to some kind of conclusion like that. So
I heard this.
The thing they haven't done is they've not given any data on the seas. Ceres knows how deep it is at the bottom, you know, like South Africa, South America and all that, but they're not giving anything around the seas. There could be loads of pyramids under the sea. and they're just
There
not
are
shown.
pyramids. There
Yeah,
are pyramids in China. They're all over
Oh no,
the
there's
place.
pyramids everywhere, but I'm saying that
Doesn't
under the
mean
sea
they
as
suck
well.
up water. Like, to draw a conclusion like that, you'd actually have to go there and measure where the water is going.
But then
It's a very weird conclusion.
within this triple square, you have also this huge square where there's only a sea, and that's also, if you ask me, salt. Same as it is actually connected with all the other seas as well, of oceans actually, and it is the biggest part actually. But there is probably also this a lot of ice on top. This, who knows? And this particular story of this boat trip of that father and that son described even that there were sweet areas between there in that they actually drank from the ice water what was laying on top of that. But so
Oh, but
far,
that could very well be. It's even practically possible to have a giant iceberg, like think huge size, like kilometers wide,
yeah.
and it could be molten in certain spots. So you could actually have a giant ice cap sized, almost continent sized ice cap that would have a molten region within it. That would be sweet water because all the salt would have been pushed out. So there could definitely be sweet water inside of an ice cap inside of salt water. That's just a practical possibility.
As far as the story I follow, they got over a certain area and where there was so much of that water that there was actually a sweet layer there in where they filled up their reserves and then got on there.
Okay, that sounds very incredible.
That's how the story was told. I don't know. But at least,
well, who knows?
I
There's
figure
even
there's
like
a whole sea above there as well. Actually, as a huge water reserve, bigger than what there is as below on the bottom between the Antarctica and the rest of the world.
Who knows? Until we actually get there and find proof of that, that's just a giant pile of speculation that we really don't have any traceable clue to assume that's even close to being correct. So
I don't know what you understand about elevation data, how they make it, etc., with sound resonance, and how they actually make a sort of three-dimensional recording through a sound wave reflection.
What are you talking about now? Are you talking about
how they
water in the deep earth or
how
above
they watch
us?
How they watch in the oceans at the bottom of the sea?
Oh, that's but
how they get the
I'm
actual
definitely
depths.
for that. There could definitely be like a sort of separation layer. There's even talk of like this super saline water that's just so saline and cold that it is actually separated from the regular salt water under high enough pressure. So that could be a thing.
We get very dense water around us.
Yeah, and that was,
compared to the North Sea goes to the South Sea, wherever East Sea, wherever it is, off of Denmark, the top of Denmark. And the North Sea, even though it's actually on Denmark now, is completely different water to the other sea. And all the Danish people go to the top point there, which is probably about the level of Newcastle in England. They all like to go there because that's part of their history, and the two seas meet. And you can go and stand a little bit in because they don't want you going too far because of the currents.
Wait, are you saying that the water stays separate? The type of saline water with the less saline water, it stays separate despite being connected?
Videos with it saying when they show you those videos of the two separate seas or the two separate waters, one's very dense and one isn't. It's usually around Denmark, the top of Denmark.
But it's directly connected.
Oh, yeah.
That is very weird.
But the thing is, it's not like a sea like we would say. It's not like going around England off to America. It goes around Norway, Sweden, and it goes up to Russia. And I think there's a little outlet which goes out the other side. But it's almost like a great big lake, but there is into it. The sea can get in and out, but it's not like
Is it
England.
constantly open, or is it only open at certain points of the tide? Because if it's not directly connected, then that's imaginable that it could be like that.
I'll send a picture to Ceres of it, and then maybe he can put it on the Hangout. Hang on, just let me get it through Maps.
Okay, that would be cool. Because if waters are just a different type and they're constantly in connection with each other, and they would stay separate, that is absolutely bizarre.
You know something else that's really weird? On a pyramid map, and I've been to this place in the top of Denmark, and they have a lot of sand dunes there, and it shows now that there's a pyramid up there. Maybe this is why all the people want to go there. So I was quite amazed about that. Oh, I'll zoom in a little bit more. I've got pictures on my phone of it. Well, I'm just going to send them to Ceres. Where are you, Ceres? Ceres, where are you? There you go. Right, I've sent them to him now. And in the top of Denmark, there is there's a sand dune actually moving across Denmark. It's taking a long time. There's like so many meters a year.
Yeah. Okay, well that's known that sand actually can migrate. It even happens in the open deserts that dunes just migrate very slowly with the wind. So that's not something.
They didn't used to live there in the olden days, and then they realised that they could actually grow things on there. She lives in the very top. It's a little slither that sticks out. You can't see it on this map, but do you see how the sea doesn't really go out, and yet it's called, it's the East Sea then. They call that a sea, that bit around Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, Norway. That's called a sea. And then where it meets there, where that cursor is, where you had the cursor, you've got the North Sea meeting the other sea, and they lap up against each other a bit on the sand, because the sand's obviously joined a bit underneath, and they lap together. But
I'd have to see a more zoomed in version to actually see how well it is connected. Because if there is a direct, constant, open connection, that's very weird.
Well, there isn't really. Look, where's the big connection? There isn't one. Not out, there isn't. Oh, what's happened to Ceres? Well,
I'll take a look on Google Maps.
Yeah, but that's the North Sea's we're much more dense than that water in there. And often when you see those little videos of the two waters, it will be because they took it by Denmark.
Okay, let me see. Okay, there is actually just an open sea connection, pretty much, I can see. There's an open sea, but the same goes for, like, with the mid-sea, or whatever it's called, the Mediterranean Sea. It's also known that the Mediterranean Sea is actually a lot saltier than the Atlantic. But yeah, I never even thought about that. Like, why is that? There is probably theories that, like, well, that because it's not in a flow in an open flow as much as the Atlantic, that the water there would evaporate more, leaving more salt behind. So it would be more saline because of that, probably. But still, it's very weird that you could just measure at one point it would be saline, and just a couple of kilometers away it would start to be more saline over there. That's just very weird. If it would be more gradual, the transition, then I would say that would make sense. But if it's like a border thing, that's very, very weird. But I don't know. I'd have to have more data about that. Never even considered it before.
I wonder if I can send Ceres a couple of pictures of the sea meeting. They're so far behind in my phone. That's actually a holiday, but if I go through it, just says it's flat Earth, it's compass readings, it's pictures of the new members coming into the group. My phone's just full of flat Earth. But anyway, as I said, on this picture of pyramids, I've been to number 6, and I think it's number 12 or something like that. Anyway, the numbers on this picture, but there is there's a pyramid there, and they don't know about it. My friend she's lived there all her life. She's never mentioned a pyramid. Yeah, according to this picture, there's a pyramid there.
Well, pyramids are very special.
They're everywhere. Nobody realise. No, that's not true. A lot of people don't realise we're absolutely covered in the things. If they're not them, they're stone circles.
Well, a lot more pyramids than stone circles, and they like the geometry of pyramids has a lot of effects. Even when using them as visualization tools spiritually, they have a lot of powerful effects, positive effects. And they have been, well, at least the pyramids of Giza have, in my opinion, definitely been used as basically electromagnetical tools, as
yeah, we've got one in the United Kingdom.
Electric field enhancers by having, they were made of certain type of stone, granite, that would guide electricity, and then they would utilize the running water underneath, like there's how do you say, there's caves, dug out caves, tunnels beneath the Pyramid of Giza, and at the time the Nile would have run right past or underneath even the pyramids, and then those channels would have been full of running water, and running water actually causes electricity, so that would have been used as a power source basically to create a high tension field, high voltage electrical field that the pyramid would use to basically enhance life, to cause health effects, positive health effects on people.
This particular reason of actually also why we do the earthing thing, to have these healthy energies again. It's unloading the unhealthy ones into the earth.
That's more meditation. That's more meditation related, but this is a very practical thing. It's
crystals.
It's real technology. It's not. It's not.
what I mean.
It's not spiritual stuff. It's not focus. It's real, like electrical technology. If you have high voltage electricity, it conducts over the air. You don't need wiring really to put out a high voltage energy field. And cells of living beings pick up on that, and they have benefits from high voltage electricity in the area. Low voltage electricity is actually not that good for you, but high voltage, and Tesla knew this. Tesla was always working with high voltage electricity stuff, and even planned out like doing the Tesla towers so that electricity could be conducted just through the air, and it would have health benefits. And you could have equipment that would just pick up on the electricity in the air. And pyramids were probably tools that were very similar, using that type of technology, but not having power generators that would like use combustion or whatever to generate this electricity, but just utilizing the water currents that went beneath it.
Tesla had a water current beneath his tower.
Energy field.
He actually used the water beneath this tower. There was something there. That's probably also why it's both are actually connected, the pyramids and the Tower of Tesla, because of this particular water runway beneath that. Actually explaining the same principle of what Tesla was trying to give the world as well.
Well, if there is a giant water beneath the waters, as the Bible like to say, like if there is a giant water dimension or whatever that's beneath our earth, separated by this firmament or not separate, I don't know. I'd have to have more data. Then definitely there could be a function to that, an electrical function practically. It could even be the source of the magnetic electricity. It could be the running water beneath us that is causing the whole magnetic system. It could be a possibility, definitely. That's very interesting. I haven't even considered that before. But we'd have to actually have proof that it's running. Because if it stands still, it doesn't work. It only works on running water. It has to move.
So
It has to
far,
move
the
in relation
deepest
to
part
the
in
surrounding
sea-
around it.
The deepest part in the sea, what I found, is 10.5 kilometers deep. And the funny thing is, it's actually right at the edge of a piece of land, North and South Korea somewhere. In that region, you have a particular edge around the land where you have a very deep rim, between 10.5 and 8 kilometers deep, and
Okay.
then the rest is 5,000 to 6,000 meters below
Well,
sea.
it is also said that Gaddafi actually tapped into the waters beneath the waters with his giant channels. He had like this subterranean channel to provide water to all over Libya. And it is said, I don't know if this is actually true or that he just uses the deep water that's just collected in the lower parts of the sand in the that just collected onto the mountains, and that he would utilize this, or that some people say that he actually tapped into the waters beneath the earth in the pure water there, and that he actually used that. So who knows? It could be everywhere. It could be everywhere if you go deep enough. It's still a bit of a mystery.
Yeah. So
Well, I
far
think when
this-
they did those kilometres down as far as they could go, they thought that they would see different rock, but the rock had water droplets in it.
Really? That's the first I've heard of that.
I'm sure I watched it on one of the videos.
Never heard. All I've ever
course
heard
it's-
is that they just dug down. They stopped at 7 kilometers, and it was getting hotter.
Yeah.
Overall, the lower you went. Although they said it was because of pressure. So I don't know. I've never heard anything beyond that.
It's kind of the same, man.
Can I just say, Ceres, I've sent you a few pictures. Put those pictures up, Ceres. I've sent some pictures. A couple of them of the Two Seas meeting. This weird disc I captured out behind the sun. I captured, and I think there's a video of actually the Two Seas meeting. It's not very long.
Sorry.
Screen share again.
Yeah, and focus myself.
Sorry, Ceres.
But that's really interesting. It's like the first time I've ever considered that indeed, if there's a water beneath us, and if it was moving, then yes, it would definitely cause a giant current of electricity that would influence everything above it. That's really fascinating. I've never actually thought about that before.
There you go. That's the North and whatever it is EC meeting. Oh, it's the video. Yeah, that's them. They can stand a little way out in it, but you're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to go that far out because of the currents. Like that, together. So there is energy coming one way and energy coming the other, although the North Sea is much bigger. That probably wasn't the best video. It's a bit slow, isn't it?
Kind of like here.
Is there a couple of pictures of sun series?
Yeah, this.
I took this from, it's a video, and I couldn't actually see it myself with my naked eye, but on the video you can see that disc moving out from the back of the sun. It comes up, and there's another one on the right hand side, and actually when you zoom right in you can see orbs there. That's from a video.
Okay.
Behind it was not a glare. It wasn't. The orbs moving up. They come like, you know, up from the ground, up, not from the ground, but they're coming that direction, going up. So all these things are moving around there. But you can't see it with your naked eye. You have to hold the phone camera up there and just film it.
You need a camera to see it. Yeah, it's funny. If you ask me, it's like sometimes you're actually fooled by how the hardware works. And
But there's other
that's
discs
why you
up
don't
there.
see it on your eye, because it's simply in the hardware of how they produce these images.
With my naked eye, though, I've seen another disc up there on the right-hand side, and whereas that one is, say, well, I don't know, what, getting on for at least quarter the size, because there's glare on it. So just say that's half the size of the sun. The one on the right is about a quarter of the size.
Mm.
appears through the clouds. You can see that one. Loads of people have caught this little disc in this, next to the sun in the clouds. They have to be. I'm wondering sometimes whether they are making these black clouds because they can see through them. Big white fluffy clouds you can't see through, but the black clouds you can still see through them. Even if you don't quite get the glare of the sun, you can see the sun and you can see this other disc. Maybe that's another reason why they're using those clouds, because don't forget they're playing on something much bigger, and they're playing up there, and they've got, look at them, they've got bases everywhere and stuff. They're playing very differently to us, aren't they? Maybe this is how they watch it. I've made many a picture where I can see orbs, 2 orbs crossing the sun. They go really fast. It's an absolute nightmare to slow the camera down to actually take pictures of them. But I've recorded loads of times there are these orbs or whatever they are crossing around in front of it the whole time.
Well, there's a lot of mysteries out there with orbs and all that stuff. Anyway, hey guys, it was really great to being on here and talking about especially about the rectangular looping Earth. I always love to talk about that. I would definitely like to go in more detail about that. It was very interesting, that concept of the moving water beneath us. I'm not gonna forget that one, because that's like another piece of the puzzle that I haven't been able to figure out. Like, where is this actual tension, this electricity coming from? That's like a very practical element. So I'm definitely gonna keep that one. Going to think about it, and I'm going to remember it. So thank you for bringing that up. It was very enlightening. And I would love to talk with you guys again, but for now it's like it's almost it's 1:30 at night, and
you never have an early night when you're a flat earther, do you?
Well, I try to. I don't want to stay up late every time, because it's not
I need another 6 hours a day to cope with flat Earth.
Anyway,
thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was really great being on.
Got to
Also
meet
great
you
being
at
on
last.
with Billy. I always see him in chat. I never actually seen him in a hangout, so it's been pretty cool hearing him talk.
I'm pretty sure we'll be doing it.
Arwijn. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Well, it was good to listen to you, Arwijn. Sorry I didn't get to chat to you much, but I've been moderating the actual chat itself, so I've kind of had my attention drawn both ways.
I've seen some activity in there, so it's good that you're working on that. Always be alert for the trolls out there. Anyway, it's been great being on.
Can I just say that this is we have had one other live hangout, but we weren't, it was really our group. But now we're starting to have more live hangouts, so this will probably be the first of many.
Cool. Well, I'll definitely keep checking it out. I haven't run across your channel before, but I am gonna subscribe.
Keeping stuff in our group, because we didn't want... If you're researching, the last thing you want is people to come in and ruin it by calling you an idiot and all this stuff's going on. So we've kept it to ourselves, and Ceres hadn't quite finished, but because we've started to wanting to move this forward, and the hangout started to pick up, and who we were talking to, we've decided, I was trying to say to Ceres, well, what do I do? Because your work's now appearing in all the hangouts. So he said, go for it.
But I can tell you, I've been doing hangouts for over half a year, and I've been pretty public. I've been hanging out with some of the bigger, more popular people, as it were, like Patricia Steer, and everyone always mentions my name whenever I appear in chat, because it's very easy to say. It was a strategical choice, I guess, and hey, it's actually my name, so it's actually really my name. My mother gave me that name, so if you're onto something that's straying very far from the globe, they're gonna call you an idiot no matter how smart you can explain. And trust me, I've been savaged by trolls all over the place, because the smarter you are, the more they realize how stupid they are, and they're gonna hate you for it. So it's gonna happen no matter how you sound.
With Ceres, right? I've been with Ceres for quite a while now, and we've spent trillions of hours talking and researching, entering readings, whatever it is. And I know how hard Ceres has worked, how hard he's worked, and how many hours. Sometimes he doesn't even sleep. Yeah, and he works so hard that I just want to protect him. I don't want anybody ruining the pure work that he's done.
I understand. But Ceres, I am typically like this. I'm a very rude person sometimes, I feel, although I'm probably not. And
Passionate, I'd say.
I can be a bit harsh, and I think
Passionately
you're a very smart
rude.
person.
Passionately rude.
Okay, I am rude.
I could testify.
Can I just say one?
But I
That's
think
okay,
you're
I love
a
you
very
anyways,
smart.
but-
I want to say, like, you're a very smart guy, but you do tend to like convolute the subjects by dragging everything in it all at once every time, and this is very distracting. You should learn to focus on the specific subjects so people don't lose track, because it's very complicated subjects, and if you
that's
keep
what these
dragging
hangouts
everything
are
into
about.
it,
Yeah,
people
that's
are
the
going to
point
get
what
lost.
Gary said as well. It kind of I know where I am, I know where you are, but I don't know how I come from here to there. And that's actually what
Ceres, what's your
I need to
motto?
learn is bringing my work actually under words that others can understand. And it's just
Ceres,
so
tell him your
much.
words. What's
What?
your seventh dimension? Or you can, your diagram with your 1 to 7. What I can say, what I can think.
Oh yeah, what I see is in 7D, what I think is in 6D, what I can put in words is in 5D, but what I say to people is in 4D, and what people actually understand is 3D. And I need them to get them out
That's
of
a
that
good one.
3D.
I like it. Yeah. But
Before
I had
they-
the same problem for a long time, and eventually I figured out, like, yeah, I can oversee all this stuff, but if I can't actually translate it properly, then what use is it? Because if you're the only one that understands it, you're just going to be isolated. So that's why I've really focused on like putting
made
it
a
all away, and just start bottoms up and try to make it as
start over
understandable
again,
as
in the
possible
end. Yeah.
every step of the way. That's what I've been focusing on my entire YouTube career, for whatever it's worth.
Presentation video that's been done, which is done like that. But it's so hard to explain some of this stuff, especially if some of it's new to you. You just think, what is all that? I've been surprised. I'm just not surprised anymore. I watched Ceres, and I've watched this whole thing grow and what he's uncovered. You just go, wow.
They were there actually along the road I was walking, and that's why they get the most of it. What I actually need to explain you first, I prefer that people actually first watch the video of the presentation, so that part is already been done, and then I'm actually on to the questions they are still having.
Well, Ceres, maybe you could send Arwijn the link to your presentation, because he's not on Facebook.
No, I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Twitter.
The other thing as well is we're talking as if the square flat earth is something that's always like been around in people's minds. It's more coming to the attention right now, and Ceres is doing that work now. So yeah, this is one of our first live hangouts, but there's so much to say. Ceres could probably sit here for a week talking about it.
Well, I've seen that one animation, and it really impressed me greatly. I immediately, when I saw it, I was like, okay, this is definitely a foundation for my rectangular looping flat earth concept. It's like the first time I saw an animation that came close to what I understand my concept to be like. So
Then
that
you're
was
gonna
very
enjoy-
helpful.
You're going to enjoy his video presentation then. So
Okay, that would be cool.
it was
Anyway,
private,
we
and
gotta-
I haven't been sharing it, but it's really good. And if he's going to
Can I
share
tell
it,
you
it's
something
great.
as well? I'll only say this once because this is live, isn't it? And other people can hear it. What it was a hangout we did. He had all the pictures up. You couldn't hear me, but I'm in the background going, "Come on, Ceres, don't forget this, don't forget that." Poor Ceres was under so much pressure to get it out. It's got me jumping up.
There it
and
is,
down.
Arwijn.
Okay, thanks. I got it.
Great.
Presentation.
It's pretty
I'm
good.
so proud of it because we did it in one go. So Ceres, well done.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
take a look at that video. I'll save it in my browser. Whoa, it's 1.5 hours. Okay.
Yeah,
But I will
it's-
look at it anyway. It's big.
There's some parts are a little bit repeated here and there,
Can't
but
explain
yeah.
deep in 5 minutes, can you?
Anyway,
You
my
know, don't you?
personal
Just before
advice
you
would
go, you know,
always
don't
be like separate the subjects. That's my advice. If you
start talking about the land, then you've got to talk about the sun. If you talk about the sun, you've got to talk about the moon. You talk about the moon, you talk about Eve, you talk about Eve, you talk about
Well,
stars.
you're breaking
It just
up.
goes on.
you're breaking up.
Anyway,
I couldn't hear a word you just said. I'm
sorry, I was
serious.
just saying maybe about the land. Then everybody wants to know, well, then how does the moon fit in? Stars fit in, how the ether fits in, whether there's a firmament.
I know.
And everybody's not going to be like, they want to know everything.
Yeah, I know, but
At
those
once.
things are all very, or well, not too easy. But every time they get up, I had no trouble explaining them as separate subjects and keeping it physical, as it were. And what I know is that every time you draw in spiritual elements or you start to like build dimension upon dimension, things get very confusing for people. You have to keep things
But you
as
know what?
dense
Your
and
body
concrete
clock-
as possible to
And that's
keep
also
make
my
it
point with
comprehensible.
my
It's just
research.
a practical thing.
I'm just
Your body
beginning.
multidimensional.
In that sense, I can't see an end as well in the research, but I'm just beginning, and most of it.
I'm just giving you a practical tip. I know the way you're thinking about this, and you probably are onto something really big. But the thing is, flat Earth and all that, it's very practical, it's very physical and tangible, and it's already so complicated the way it is, you know? So it's just my personal tip, try to keep it as concrete as you can possibly keep it, and keep the spiritual stuff and the real enlightenment stuff, which is really interesting by its own merit, keep it separate. So people that are just want to look into that can just look into that, and people that want to understand the actual cosmogony can keep
Yeah.
their focus on that, because it's
in a way,
very hard
in a way,
material.
you can't separate it because one is depending on the other.
No, it's not.
In a way, you
No,
can't
it's not.
explain
No, you
life
find
without.
leads. You find leads for your research in your spiritual stuff. That doesn't mean that it's dependent on that. It just means you find leads in them. It's all practical explanation. All the how the Earth works. It's all
I
practical.
think what you're trying to say is if Ceres could simplify it a bit somehow when
Yeah.
he's talking about some of it. But can I just say you live in a multidimensional body. You know, you can blink your eyes, breathe, you can walk, talk, hold something, eat, all at the same time. Inside your body. It's all happening outside your body.
In a sense, if I'm talking
Everything
about
is like that.
electromagnetics, I'm
Everything is
also
like
I
talking
can only
about.
go on how I experiencing it. So
Yeah, when
I don't know
talk
if it's
about
like that.
when we talk about electricity, for example, I'm actually talking about the spiritual, physical side of spirituality, of the spirit. I mean, the physical energies is electricity, and we live in a spiritual body as well as a bigger body within where we live, and
Yeah, but that's
you
like
know,
that is hermetics. That's like a separate thing. You can't combine that with every physical thing. It's extremely confusing when you do that.
yeah,
It's
when you try to
extremely
explain
confusing.
it, yeah.
It's not. You don't need to combine everything all at once. It'll just confuse everything. That's just my thing. I try to keep things as simple as separate as possible, because otherwise I'm gonna get confused. So anyway, I still love your work, and I'm gonna keep track of you, and I hope to see you again in a hangout. It would be awesome.
If it's confusing us, then the bowlers have no chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we
for
gotta
me.
give them a chance, man.
That's for me.
Save the ballers. We
kind
gotta
of-
save the ballers.
You can do actually the research, but actually explaining the research is a whole other thing. I mean, teaching somebody what you actually have done over 25 years or something.
But the thing is, to believe in Einstein and Newton, you have to bring in spirituality because it's a religion.
No, it's lies. It's all lies and
I know. I'm
theoretical
just
bullshit.
saying. You know, like I said. You know.
It's all bullshit.
Hmm.
Anyway, hey, thanks for having me, and I'm
We're
gonna go
living in
now.
the Roman Empire, aren't we?
Roman? Well, we're
Yeah.
all living in the Babylonian Empire. Like it's always Israel rises again, and then it turns into Babylon, and it crashes down, and then another Israel rises, and that happens throughout all eternity. So, anyway, I'm gonna leave on that
I
note.
hope not.
Thanks for having me, and
Okay,
guys,
Arwijn.
keep it
Have a good
flat,
night.
Thank you for
keep
joining
it
us.
flat, and keep it
flat.
looping, and keep it multidimensional.
Thank you.
Okay, buddy. You're
See you
got it.
around. See you around, guys.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Right.
Bye.
Yeah, man.
Can I just explain that we've been on air now for 3 hours 40 minutes? Do you think you just want to go like we're just giving out like a warning, maybe another 20 minutes live, and then if you want to carry on talking after 4 hours live? What do you do?
You're the moderator, Karen.
Oh, I don't mean it horribly. I just mean we've been on 3 hours. 40
Oh no. I mean.
Well, actually, we've been on 4 hours 40 minutes because we started at 8 o'clock.
Right.
We've been on for nearly 5 hours.
Yeah, we dropped. We dropped for a few seconds live and then restarted back up at some point. So you're right.
We'll stay on for a little bit longer, but I will have to go to bed. I suppose I can just leave it all going. Ceres might have to turn it off, but
Yeah,
we'll keep going. What he was saying a bit, but to understand it all, it's just so many things. It's a bit like looking at your flower of life, because everything.
Yeah, the
connects to
thing
everything.
is, it's a little bit overwhelming at first. That's the way I was when I first. Talking to Ceres is a little intimidating, but once Arwijn gets wait, whoa. Once Arwijn gets a look at his model, and he'll put it together. See, he was impressed with the one picture that he showed him. But wait till he sees the presentation, and then he'll understand, and then he'll come back a little bit sharper. A lot of people. I was naive when I came into this. I understand certain facets of it, but I didn't understand the whole picture, and I'm learning more about it each and every day. It was a good discussion. People in the chat were saying it was a good discussion. Arwijn was very happy. He wanted to get in to contribute. Because he sees the looping space and the rectangular Earth. He did a little video on it. I saw that when you commented on his video series.
Yeah.
And I was going through the channels researching this out, like I said. I thank God for D. Like I said,
What did you say? Thank God for D.
For D.
Don't give me a big head.
But anyways, when he first talked about it, I don't know, months ago, and he goes, he was saying, "Hey Billy, it's Santos, and I went to Santos, and I just couldn't get my head around it. It was very good, but I go, I can't. Nah, I don't think about it." And then the more I looked into it, the more and more sense it made to me. And why couldn't it be? Especially if you are a spiritual person and you do believe in a creator, then having a flat plane act as a cylinder with a looping east to west, that's not so hard to comprehend. It really isn't. And it's a pretty good model.
So when's this presentation coming out?
I've made it in March, but just last week I'm going public with it. This week, in that sense.
It's what our video club's about this week. So Ceres could explain a bit more about it, because we've just been in our group doing it. We just didn't want people coming in and ruin it.
In a way, it's like
Jamie.
what Arwijn is also says, learn to explain it. And that's what I'm actually learning while I'm explaining it. So,
hey, Jamie, he still has that video message in the chat, in the message box. If you want to take a look at that, it's a private video, but he shared it with Arwijn. He shared it with me. It's still in the message. You might want to copy
Where
that
is
and
it?
watch it when you. It's in the message box on the left. If you just open up your messages in the Google Hangout, it's the
Yeah.
one-eyed hippie. Yeah, the one-eyed
I'll
hippie.
just copy
And that's-
that in.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. And watch that video, and it gives it a different take. I'll tell you, it makes a lot of sense. And he incorporates, like I said, you got to believe in the Bible a little bit about the 4 pillars, the 4 corners, the edges, the ends of the earth, and understand. And then when brings in the Book of Enoch, where it talks about the gates and the portals and stuff like that, it's not that hard to comprehend. I mean, it really isn't. I don't know. To me, it wasn't.
I just say, D again, it's been amazing because
Yes.
Ceres had put the flower of the tree of life on top of everything, and he told me that we lived in the heart garden of the tree of life. And then the next day, because D took me to the Space Centre in Leicester, so I've met D.
I saw that video.
Yeah, I met Alan, who's discovered the fun or knows what he's listening to. And then he's heard the heartbeat, all that, and he's into free energy, and he understands all that works. And he so fits into Ceres, and Ceres fits into him. They're like polar opposites, because one's doing crystals and free energy, but you know him and you are connected, aren't you, Ceres? Completely.
Yeah.
Both agree with each other on their work. And D calls this
crystals. Free energy.
Sorry, that was my
I'm
bad.
learning free energy as well. It's something
it's
so needed for the future in that sense.
And then, of course, the heartbeat meant that Ceres was correct because we were living in the heart garden of the tree of life.
In the heart of the middle garden, in the bigger tree of life, even. It's like the whole 7 dimensions is completely surrounded as all the external energy focused on our own existence.
Most people have got to realise it's not just a piece of land, it's a realm.
So, Karen, you're doing a live show tomorrow and then a live show on the 25th?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. I told some people.
Cool. Thank you.
I told them. Well, I told them the wrong. I had the right date, but I told them the wrong people. I told them that Mark Sargent, Santos, Dave Nesbitt, and Oliver Ludlow were going to be on the 22nd, and they're on the 25th. So you're having Jonathan the Morgile and
Oliver tomorrow.
Oliver
Another reason.
Sorry.
There's another reason why Oliver's there as well. Oliver's going to be one of the speakers at the UK convention. So the idea was bring him in a little bit right now because he's going to speak. And a lot of people may not know here where he is. They do in Spain. But as
I was just
Gary
about to
asked
say,
him,
I went to his channel and it's all in Spanish. So he
Yeah,
does
I
a lot of his videos in Spanish.
and
but
he talks really fast.
Yes, he speaks really good English, though. I watched the one that you posted just this
He's
morning
half
or the other day. So.
He's half English. He's half English and half
Oh, is he? Okay.
But he's written the first book
What
in Spanish, Flat Earth Flat Earth in
Was it-
Spanish.
Yeah, that's
was
why
it
he
him and
probably
Daniel
started the idea.
Chile speaking the Spanish back and forth in the Hangout? The one you just posted, the Hangout with Oliver, and was it Daniel from Chile?
Oh, yeah.
Had a little bit of Spanish talking there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the Spanish going on. Okay, very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's the reason why Oliver's there a little bit, because he's going to come to this conference, and hopefully then more people here will know who he is.
he sounds very knowledgeable. So, like I said,
But I'm very proud.
the more
I'm very proud of all the hangouts. I mean, we could have just been me series on tonight, and look, we got in the end 11, 12, whatever it was, 12 people in the end came on the hangout. So it's brilliant. all brilliant, and the people watching, brilliant.
Yeah, and
But,
I've got to
you
say
know,
in chat, people who, even the trolls have been respectful and polite. I've only had to time out one person, and that was because he called us idiots, basically, or generalised flat earthers as idiots. So I timed him out. Apart from that, it's been smooth sailing.
Thank you, dearly.
But you know what? Once some of these globe people look at this model, they're going to reconsider the globe. Because that's one thing the A&E map and Ice Ring is not addressing. It's not addressing the equinoxes. It's not addressing the day and night. It's not addressing the star rotation. And it's not addressing the flight patterns.
Well, the thing is, they show you the truth right in your face, and then they cover it up with a ball.
Yeah, it's literally just been wrapped around the ball. I mean, well, the AE is as well, but this is a bit more obvious because it's something that you see every day. I mean, I'm looking at the map right now, so you know.
Can I just say something else? Do you know the person that's just left? I don't mean any badness to him, but I came across this lady who was a medium, and this video was probably about 5, maybe 10 years old. And what she explained was that when she regressed people, and she asked them specific questions, they always told her what they were. And they were either the first wave, the second wave, or the third wave that had been sent here to change the vibration of the Earth. The first ones got sent sort of into the deep blue sea. The second lot are antennas. And the third wave are teenagers now, and these are the ones that will change the world for sure. But the second wave are antennas. And it just seems that there's a lot of flat earthers that when they get this information, it's just like Ceres, masses of data, masses. He's got to be an antenna, you know, and there's others, there's more. We've got like Wilson, like he's turned into a living, walking book. And you look at even the big YouTubes, like Dave Murphy, allegedly Dave, look at what he's looking to, languages, just masses of information being learned and coming down and going out. You know, it's changing everything slowly. More people are, well, maybe we'll never know everything because they've kept everything away from us, haven't they? Even about what the pyramids and the Egyptians are. I mean, some are saying, well, this change we had when we lost the Egyptian people, I don't think Ceres likes the word reset, but it could have just been hundreds of years ago, not thousands.
In a sense, our community is our tree of knowledge. Because we are all part of the bigger tree.
I agree. See, we have a spiritual connection between me and Ceres. And I think people that have spirituality, that are heavily spiritual, have the same connection. If more people aren't spiritual, for example, because we're programmed not to be spiritual, they want literal, simple, tangible, you know, where a lot of people who are spiritual can understand the deeper hidden things, and it goes right. We can't separate the spirit from this physical and tangible. We're stuck as a spiritual being in this tangible body. So, and our spirituality has been suppressed and shut off. And
do you know what
we're only to focus.
Mentioned, Billy, is empathy. Part of this, and a lot of people don't have empathy at all. I listen to you, and he sounds like a man who's got a lot of empathy because you can understand other people. You can understand other people's versions. A lot of people can't do that. Empathy plays a part in it. Ceres is so understanding. Like, I'm not as patient as Ceres. Ceres has got the patience of a saint. An understanding, you know, like I'd be jumping up and down and pulling my hair out, and he'd just be going, yeah, but you have to remember they're just indoctrinated with the globe. He'll have a simple, calm, nice answer. It's not their fault.
It's not yours as well.
And pardon?
It's not yours as well. Fault. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody. I think empathy becomes a part of it because the whole point is to understand other people, understand other things. And if you can't do that, you're just stuck in like a well, aren't you? But I do notice a lot. I get upset because I have empathy, and I can care about other people, and other people just don't have it at all, including my own family. So I get a bit hurt sometimes because that's what happens when I have empathy and they don't. But that's the way it goes. But I think empathy plays a part in this.
Yes.
In the spiritual side of things. But anyway, carry on because I took it off track a bit. But I'm just saying, spiritually wise, I think empathy has a part to play.
Yeah, it's probably also why they cremate Care in Bohemian Groove every year. Freemason ritual.
I think we've got to learn to start to caring about each other again as well. And what people don't understand is not the governments that make the community, it's actually the people. You know, it's not the church, it's not the churches are churches because of the people, not because of what they are. It's always to do with the people. And even what they're doing to us, all this lying to us, they still need us. They need the people. Doesn't mean they're very nice to us, and doesn't mean they try and kill us off and do all those things.
In a way, I could say, see how powerless they are with all the efforts they take to make us only convinced they have authority. That's all the effort they need to actually go against our own true nature. See how big the game has to be. That must show us how powerless they actually are. I mean, everything is built on a card house of lies in where we are the most bottom cards of the whole house, and only realizing it completely destroys the whole house of lies, at least for yourself. I mean, in that sense, forgetting a lot of stuff in that stuff what keeps blinding you from actually looking, actually seeing. It's such a mind filler in that sense. It's same as the word muse. The actual meaning of muse is overthinking, and well, I guess you can guess what a muse means. Not thinking at all, and that's why amusement is invented, to keep you from thinking after you've done your job, because you're too tired. And this is how we actually are stopped using the muscle of thinking at all. It's so funny. You need to think to get rid of the knowledge in that sense, to deprogram yourself, because it's actually a program from them, indoctrinated on you, and realizing that it's not yours is actually the deprogramming part of how you deprogram yourself. Same as with the ego, it is a presentation of your unawareness. And as soon as you're aware of the unawareness of your ego, you actually destroyed it, because you became aware. And that's how you grow in every step along the way to the full awareness of who you are, who they try to hide along the way. And yeah, and the only way is up. Some will not find the actual step into the fourth dimension in that sense, and what Osho calls also the fourth door, in that they are getting so in their ego that they can't get beyond it, but because the ego is actually the no-sayer from within against the outside force, yes, from the collective mind of level, they can only fall back to the child. And that's what you see, that people get really childish in that sense. They can't actually take that particular responsibility of being the adult. And even the universal level of the complete yes from within is even still the mind. And Osho described the master level is practically the no mind, what is exactly as the child below the mind. But the only difference is then that one knows it and the other not. And there is only a traveling between the highest plane and the lowest plane in that sense, that you never have a rest point on the ladder of the mind itself. So in the mind you are never in rest. And that's where the choice is, in that you go higher or go to the child to get this rest point again. And this is where egos are stranding themselves in a pure unrest, that they're always chased in a sense. They have to chase everything in that sense as well, creating a fake image of who they present they are instead of actually being themselves. Any questions?
So I was just typing something in the I was listening, but I was just typing something in the chat thing. I'm just finishing now. Yeah, well, I think it's a spiritual thing. I think I felt like that since a child. I always felt different as a child. I just feel different all my life. I'm really sensitive to other people, etc. And so it's always been different for me. I just wonder whether everybody out there is the Walking Dead right now. But on the other side, I thought that maybe they're not really. It's just that it only feels worse because the more you understand about flat Earth, the deeper it gets. It is a spiritual thing to me, and they look worse because of that. So they're not really any worse than they were. It's just I'm not a globe head anymore. I don't believe in the globe. It's just impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It's impossible. If you actually woke up, you'd realise what you're looking at. I mean, even that NASA stuff got paused astronauts. They got all these weird things. It's all a lie. It's all fake. If they have to fake it all, you've got to ask yourself why. Why would they spend all that money and all that is lying to us?
So far, I have a one line. The truth of the lie.
See, the thing is,
the truth of
we're
the
commanded.
truth is the why of the truth of the lie. The truth of the truth is hidden through the lies. And
I just think it's terrible. They've had to go this far to actually do this to us, to make NASA and all that lie, to lie about what we live on, to cover it all up, to make, I just can't believe those scientists, when they've got those big observatories, that they really believe when they can zoom in much more than we can, that those things are millions of miles away. They know they're not. But they do that to us.
It's their role in the act.
But you know what? I used to look up there and think, they're millions and they're light years away. But I can't see that now. It's like the emperor's clothes, isn't it? He came in naked and they all went to say, "Oh, Majesty, you look wonderful." And then one person said, "But he's naked."
See how powerless he is.
Well, see, the thing is, if you believe in the flood that it happened, a lot of people don't believe, it's a story or whatever. If you believe in the story that was written down, that God flooded the earth out and destroyed mankind once before, okay? And I brought up that, if you believed in the judgment at Sodom and Gomorrah, all right? Then there's an end game. They know it's coming down to the end, possibly. They could read something in the stars. They're fascinated with astrology. Okay? They know the true secret about biblical astronomy, which is different. They know when the star patterns occur. And we have a star alignment coming up for, in September 23rd of this year. It's supposed to be during the Feast of Trumpets. Now, whether it means anything or not, I have no idea. There's some people pointing to this star alignment prophecy where it's described about the 12 stars being around the Virgin's head in Virgo, where Jupiter is in the constellation Virgo for 42 weeks, a woman's gestation. And they say this is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. It's not going to happen again. They said that about the blood moons, too. Now, like I said, take it with a grain of salt. Could this be significant? I have no idea. We have the big eclipse coming up in August. And they were supposed to release the Kennedy files this year in October. Now, whether they do or not, I don't know. Why they picked 2017 to release the Kennedy files? Do they know something? Or are they going to do something? Could their economy, the world economy, tank? I don't know. Is there going to be anarchy and uprising? Is this why they're running all these simulated drills, these false flags, these hoaxes?
Sorry.
I mean, I don't know. There's cameras everywhere. They use biometrics on you everywhere you go. You walk into any store, you're on camera. They have Facebook. They have all your pictures, your photographs on Facebook. They know what you look like. They got everybody with cell phones in their hands. They're tracking your movements in real time with massive computers.
Pokemon game.
I don't know. There's got to be something going on. I'm not a doom and gloomer. I'm just saying.
Mind you, they've got us living on fear, haven't they? If it's not Nibiru, it's this. If it's not this, it's got to be a terrorist attack. If it's not this, it's wars. They're going to with Russia.
It's
So I just have to
fear-mongering
say,
till the end, huh?
HARP is in nearly every country now. It was more sort of like, say, Alaska, South America, then it came to the UK, it was in Norway, it went to Europe, it went to Russia, it went across then to the Middle East, and then it went out to Japan and Australia. But now there's more smaller ones. Every country that's got that knows that there's a force field that cannot be turned off. They use it with the military in the submarines under the water and stuff like that. There's no way they could turn it off. They're all in it together, because how could they go, hey, we hate Russia, and Russia goes, yeah, we're going to turn our bit off? Then it wouldn't work.
It's always these particular smaller nations of those who actually don't comply to the policies of...
Yeah, get flattened. So the ones that don't comply are the ones that we've had wars with in the last few years, because they were independent countries.
Yep.
They're not now, though. They have to have loans to rebuild like from the ground up again after they've been flattened. But every country that's got it is in it. That's nearly every country now. They're in it together. Because they can't turn it off. They're playing with that heart thing in our eyes.
They're in, every country is in on the globe deception as well. So it's just not the United States. It's the United Kingdom, India, China, Japan, Russia. They all lie to their people. Yes, United.
Yeah. They're all controlled by the same people.
And there's only there's one thing though. There's one nation.
Or Iran.
There's one true nation. What isn't actually a nation right now. They are in slavery, as a whole, and those are actually the ones who they try to hide from themselves mainly, because those are actually given the law, and as well the promises. The rest of the world only has the option to join in, but never can take the title of the saints. And this is where their particular jealousy is as well, as nations, that they have to serve the Most High's children. And this is where a lot of conflict in people, their own religion as well, is actually denying in cognitive dissonance that is the actual truth. somebody else is actually still ruling over me. Well, in a sense, it is actually servitude to the Most High, because they are actually straight under Christ, and the Christ under the Most High. And that's the essence behind it, that it is the last stand-up of them will mean that means that there is, for the rest of the time, no war anymore, because no nation will ever make war with them, because they are actually given these particular extra powers of how the gods are the gods, but then in this particular realm, unconvincible in that sense, etc. But then only when they are under Christ, and that is the whole thing about it. And the only thing is that that the whole world will be under Christ in that sense of and it seems like it, like I was before Abraham was, the fight in the bushes with Jacob. Throughout the whole Bible, from the beginning to end, he is always there. And it's like he is the actual prince or king of this particular heavenly realm above. And Satan is then king on earth, in that sense that they are the fallen here. Tempting us into the game of duality, and for us to actually reach our own kingdom of walking our own road of freedom is only out of duality, is out of their games of dividing yourself, because you're not even dividing another with you begin with dividing yourself, and there's the core also where what they say about, if you want to change the world, change yourself. There it begins. That's the whole perceptive part of how you actually look at it. The world itself never actually changed. It's only you who actually change your perception of it. Either unblinding yourself with all the bullshit, pulling all the bullshit away from your eyes to actually look at what's there and be actually excited, because you're seeing way more truth than you ever figured in your whole life, I guess.
That's exactly right, Siri. Flat Earth didn't change anything. You changed your perspective on life, on what reality really is. You were given a false paradigm, and you realized it. See, some people, they just don't want to realize it. They want to stick with their books. You know, these people are trusting now, like Karen was saying earlier. Why would they go through the trouble of faking all this stuff? With all this CGI, with all this trickery and all that, there has to be a reason behind it. Because they don't want you to know who you are, who you really are.
Exactly.
And that you mean something, that you are at the center of the universe.
If they knew the truth, if everybody knew the truth, the people wouldn't be with them.
Exactly.
Most people don't realise
everything.
The government is like God now. They decide everything. Nobody really in England goes to church like they did. I'm not saying some people don't go to church, but a lot less people go to church. You haven't got that. And the only thing that's God now is the government. They've got you in some kind of...
The government has put you in bondage without chains. That's the only... They keep everybody in bondage.
It's really
enslaved.
Don't you think it's really horrible? They've got to go this far and make fake wars and fake bomb things. Everything is fake. They've got to terrorize us on the television and say these people and that, and you think it's not that maybe the people didn't die. I don't want to give any sort of whatever it is for any of the people that did die, but I'm just saying they were used in someone else's game. It didn't happen like they said it did. To lie about everything.
Sorry, Karen, Arwyn's just asking if you can make him a moderator in the chat so we can post some links. It's your call.
If you ask me,
I can't do it, you see.
Couldn't there only be one? That was the problem. She wanted to add me as well.
Oh yeah, no, you can have as many moderators as you want.
How do you do that? with a comma.
Click the three dots next to the person's name, and then just make them a moderator. But Karen will have to do it because it's her.
Yeah,
it's her live stream, I think.
Yeah,
it's her channel.
So what's he gonna do?
He'll be a moderator in your channel. That's all that means. In the chat box. That's all.
Oh, you can do that.
He said he's not looking to ban people. He just wants to be able to post links, basically.
Yeah.
There you go. He's there now.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt the flow, but I mean, looking after chat, and sometimes chat involves me interrupting and letting you know what's going on.
I took somebody's advice. I've been really doing well in Hangouts, not paying attention to the chats. I mean, I check in every now and then when somebody directs me to it, but it's much more relaxing in a Hangout if I'm not trying to respond to people's...
I'm not sure if I can handle it. I don't know if I can handle the Hangout and the chat going up. It moves so fast.
I've been basically ignoring the Hangout, I must admit. I do apologise. Don't get me wrong, I've not been ignoring it, obviously, because I've been responding to some things. But yeah, most of my attention has been on the chat, I've got to say.
Thank you. You have to watch the whole thing over again.
Yeah.
No.
I can't get over this bit about the utter lying and sort of like, even if it's only in the last 7 months where people have started putting it together that we're still living in the Roman Empire, it's just called the Catholic Church now, and you think, what?
In a sense, it's are not even the humans who do it. Yeah, well, they execute it, but they are not the cause of it in that sense. There is this fallen angel part in where they actually do this through ages of preparation of manipulating man in a sense, that he corrupts himself so much that he is beginning to do actually carry out the most evil work for them. And there they are caught in as well. They're just corrupted by themselves, and in that sense they can't go through the public scrutiny of that actual public disgrace, because that's what they're gonna deserve in that sense.
What this system has done is given them a artificial intelligence, collected mind gathering of all people all over the earth in real time. Anyone who has a cell phone, they can record your whereabouts, your GPS location. They know what you're seeing. They know what you're hearing. They know the conversations that you're having. If you text, if you take photographs, they know who your family members are. They can put
Facebook.
Do you know this particular video from Larkin Rose? The little dot. Have you ever seen
so
that?
they can...
The little dot.
No.
From Larkin Rose.
Yeah, little dots.
I'll look it up.
So the amount of capability they have, and they can profile you. They already have everyone profiled. So if the hits the fan, okay, all they need to come up, even if the internet's down, our communications are down, they can come up and take a snapshot of you, and they'll have your full dossier, your medical files, where you worked, who you're associated with, who your there's no anonymity no more. You have no privacy, really. If you're in social media at all and used it at all,
they recorded everything.
They got you. They recorded everything.
Yeah, I know. I'm a programmer.
That's why I got off of Facebook, because I was getting tagged in other people's photos.
Actually had a go
and I had
a couple of years ago about this, because they found out that every time an English person made a phone call abroad, that someone was picking up those phone calls, which shouldn't happen because we have different laws, all this, like, but the English phone calls were being tapped, but then it came back basically like, well, trigger words will set off the recordings. You know, suppose if you said terrorist bomb, but that's not true. They record probably everybody's. They can follow you on your phones. It's quite, but I mean, there's a lot of people to follow, isn't there?
Well, that's why they wanted you to go wireless. Easier to tap something that's not hardwired.
Yep.
Anything over the air can be intercepted and recorded and stored. People have no idea. They have Stingray devices in the United States. If, say, the police are following your car, they have the ability to turn your microphone on your phone and listen to your whole conversation, and they're riding right behind you in the police car. You don't need to be wired like in the olden days. You wore a wire. The criminals went in with a wire on. So people, anywhere they could pick your signal up.
Yeah.
They could pick your IP address up on your cell phone because they have repeater systems, and they can hack right into your cell phone. They can download all your pictures, your contacts, your phone conversations.
Why
my brother
do you have?
That's what my brother does. He does computer criminal forensics examiner.
Why do you root your phone? To actually deinstall all the extra applications you don't need. Because the standard phone is always
a lot of people
with
don't
these
know that.
particular applications. What is there? If you don't want them, then you root your phone.
Right. You download these apps, and some of the agreements that they have access to your camera, they have access to your location, they have access to your contacts.
Yeah.
Why would you need that? And you got to accept it. And a lot of people just accept it just to get the latest game app or whatever it is, and they have they have back doors legally to get into your phone without you knowing about it.
Not lawfully.
They can turn your phone on, your cell phone on at any time, and listen, even your computer.
Yeah, it's in a way.
I mean, this is
whole
going over
UCC
broadband.
Stuff comes around also every time again in how we are so owned through our misconception of as well the world we live in. We think we are a person, but that person is actually a company, and that's how you are treated. And even as that thing, that's where where Karen is actually falling out over as an emotion. How the hell can you do that to people as a human? It's because they're enslaved by it. People are so programmed into the ownership of the system that they can't even allow anyone else to be free, in a sense that they're going to harass them for every kind of whatever, because they are just doing their own life, you know. In that sense, I see it with my parents in how far somebody is actually trying to nail them for whatever. I have no idea why, but he is actually swallowing a lot of anti-AIDS medicines, in that sense. That he is an AIDS victim in probably having a hard time and just can't deal with anyone's good life or something. Especially how my parents live is just beautiful. I wish I had that life. But in the sense I'm here, I have another purpose. It's
Just like all those pictures Karen was taking of the sun and stuff, they get a copy of everything.
Yeah.
If you put it on any device, they know what you're taking pictures of, they know what you're recording, they know your conversations. Like I said, we got nothing to hide, but there are people that do have, you can't hide it. I don't know how people even do business. They can hack into your emails.
Look, it's the good guys, because they actually, at least they tell you that they own everything when you actually give it to them.
If you really
at least they told you.
Yeah, if you really want to protect yourself, you have to program everything yourself. It's kind of what I'm doing. But
I mean, I don't even know does anybody even write physical letters anymore on pieces of paper and mail them? I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I used to work for Royal Mail, which is the biggest mail company, and I assure you, people do still write letters, but
okay,
not
probably the old
near
timers.
as many people as used to.
I mean, probably the old timers. I mean, that would probably be the only secure thing. Maybe even that's not secure anymore. I don't know.
We are not in this country. We're not legally allowed to open it at all. Even if you suspect it's a suspicious package, you've got to call the police in, and they've got to deal with it. So, yeah, if somebody was caught opening your mail, they would get in a lot of trouble. As for complete security, I mean, obviously there are people that are going to break the rules and steal the mail and stuff, so it's never complete. Sorry.
No, that was a good insight. No, like I said,
actually, I should say the decline in letters as well is about 4% a year in the total. So the letters that go through the system decline about 4% every year. So it is a decline in revenue. Where
it's been
packages are going up, but letters are going down. So obviously, because people are shopping more on the internet.
That's why the
that's me
stamps
now.
are so expensive.
Right. I
Shouldn't
usually
it be going
send
cheaper?
and stuff, but the last couple years I just sent electronic Christmas wishes and stuff like that. I used to send birthday cards through the mail, and now I just send a text or something electronically to wish people happy birthday and stuff. So I don't know. I hardly ever send anything in the paper and through the mail anymore. Even all our checking and everything's done online. We don't mail anything out hardly anymore. So
yes, there's so much is done online.
It's
now
funny.
that, yeah.
It's funny. I'm so cut off from the world. The only way I can get money from somebody is through mail.
I don't post.
Well, folks, I think.
Oh, carry on. You think?
I think I'm going to call it a night, people.
Yeah, we've been going for what is it, 5.5 hours, and we've got another one tomorrow. So.
Yeah. I don't want you to, once again, don't stay up for my account because I could take you right into the cows come home. Yeah, I could. But I really appreciate the invite. It's always a pleasure. I really enjoy the group. I enjoy all you people. And we have good discussions. And this awakening of the Square D, 4D square model is starting to take off.
The
Square D, right. Square D. And I'm glad people are going to take a look at it. And I have, and it answers a lot of things. Yeah, it's a belief. Well, okay, you got to believe in something. I believe that we live on a flat plane.
Yeah.
And we don't live on a globe.
I believe my own eyes.
So,
I believe my own essence. I believe my own intuition. I believe. Yeah.
So.
I've just posted I put something on, and I did a Twin Tower video, and this person said, when the lies are all you have, you clutch them even tighter. And what are we asking people to wake up to? A depraved mad world run by psychopathic killers on the brink of destruction.
Well, so destroyed isn't the world yet.
I liked it. Well, I don't like the way you put, when the lies are all you have, you clutch them even tighter.
Yeah, in a way, it's kind of the controlled opposition of fear-mongering, that they have this power, like Alex Jones pushes all the time, the Alex Jones ADHD or something.
We didn't really cross this because obviously
before he was just saying, wondering whether it was sort of crossing over, but spiritual side's a really important part of it, because the more you understand, the more calmer and clearer you become. The more you know yourself. You've got to know yourself. If you don't know yourself, you're never going to get anywhere. Problem, if people started to know themselves, they would wake up. Because what it is,
Okay,
you
people.
rush it. Oh, sorry, you want to go?
We're keeping Billy here, like we
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I don't know if we're gonna do the group hug or whatever you're gonna do.
Billy, you're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to go.
You guys are gonna be tired.
You've got another 6 or 7 hours yet.
Jamie's the marathon man on that.
Yeah.
Jamie can go for some hours. Yeah, believe me.
Yeah, because I
it
went
was
through 8 hours once, and then I carried on for another hour after that, I think.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, me and Jamie have pulled all-nighter as well before. So,
oh yeah, because we were like, because I remember we were up all night discussing the Eddystone Lighthouse, weren't we?
Ah, you're that Jamie.
Yeah, that was the first Eddystone Lighthouse video. Yeah, yeah.
But that went on
so glad I
private
went
because
back
it
to
was because I was trying out the OBS, weren't it?
You've not beaten Ceres though. Ceres, how long were you on the phone to Robert Verne for?
I don't know. We began around, what was it, 9 or 10 in the evening, and the next morning,
As a
10
hangout.
o'clock. 10 o'clock in the morning, I still was hanging out with them.
Wow. I think Dread was on for about 14 hours once or something. I don't know.
Yes, 14 hours. I mean,
crazy stuff.
See, there's so much to talk about.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's never ending.
Arwyn's in the chat saying he was supposed to go to bed, but he's still there in the chat, so he's captivated as well, I think.
Oh, that's good then.
He's been having a good chat in the as well, so.
Arwyn's a good guy, man. I like him. He's got a different take on things. So.
Yeah.
So. Well, people. Patricia, Ceres, Karen, Jamie, Dee, it's been a pleasure. Invite me again whenever you want. I'm always, I love it. I mean, I love the small group. I love your company. At least that's why I like Jamie's channel too. You can talk about things without getting locked out and shut down. And if you want to be spiritual, if you want to talk about, and that's the way to do. I mean, we're not going to all agree. A lot of people don't agree with the Bible. I try not to push it. I quote it a little bit here and there, but I'm not dogmatic. I don't try to beat people over the head with it. And I respect all beliefs. I mean, and I'm willing to, you can learn from everybody. So, and I've learned a lot in this group already, and I'm glad I'm a part of it. So hopefully I don't.
Glad you're there too.
Hopefully I don't, hopefully I don't tick you off or I get kicked out. So. I would never do that. So I respect everybody too much. And like I said, that person was way out of line, and you did the right thing, Karen. So it's too bad. But I just want you to know that. Okay, people. Have a good night, and I can't wait to see tomorrow night's show. So I'll be watching.
Me the same.
Yeah.
Okay. There's the group hug.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Bye, Billy.
Bye.
Take it easy. Yep.
Hugs. Sorry, we go for hugs. Don't...
Hug. There you go. Take it easy.
Can you have a hug? Sorry, whoever's listening, on our group hangouts, and Jamie, we have group hugs at the end, but we didn't when those people were leaving, because it's just, and then suddenly we did do the group hug, but we have group hugs on our group ones. Leave until you've had a hug.
I have an early morning tomorrow as well, actually, so I'm gonna leave and stop the recording.
Okay then, everybody.
Yeah, so cheers everyone in chat for being in chat, and it's been good.
Chat for staying with us. We're back tomorrow with the Morgul and Jamie Ludlow.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we actually
Oliver Ludlow.
run a first live test to actually figure out if we got things right or not.
Yeah.
So next time it will be prepared better. Okay.
When you cut it, it means we all go, doesn't it? We all drop off at the same time.
Yeah, from not the hangout but the live stream.
Okay.
What time's the hangout tomorrow?
8 o'clock, I think.
8 o'clock. So that's 8 o'clock UK time.
UK time.
Yeah, it's just for people in chat, just in case. That's all.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 o'clock UK. Little video in my channel, just if you want to make sure, because I've got a lot going on in my brain at the moment. I think it's 8 o'clock.
Well, Karen, it might be worth for everyone now who wants to just put a little message in the chat so people can subscribe.
In the sense,
okay.
Yeah, in the sense you go to her channel and then /live behind the URL and you're in the live stream.
Yeah, if they press my name to the live stream, that'll take them to my channel.
Yeah, from there you type /live behind that URL of your channel and then you get your live stream with the chat and all.
And then
online, offline, doesn't matter.
Down, it's the little video which says is what's happening tomorrow.
Oh,
with Morgal and.
Oh yeah, that's the scheduled one. Okay, cool.
You want me to put the little link in the chat before we go then? Hang on, I'll just get the link.
Have you? Did you make Ceres a moderator yet, Karen?
Not yet, eh?
No, I haven't. Mind you, I think Ceres, it's enough doing the talking, isn't it, Ceres? Or do you want to be a moderator, Ceres?
Just so he can stick links in the chat, that's all, because it's quite handy for him to be able to stick links in the chat.
Yeah.
Because you can't.
It's a good idea, Dee.
Yeah,
I will do that in a second as well. Didn't think of that. Right, I'm just going to my channel. Computer, don't play up now. I'm just going there.
It's funny, I don't see myself. Oh, the hangout is just...
Oh my goodness! You know something? Probably because of that video I put out with you know who, I've gained 20 odd subscribers today.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of people agreeing with or disagreeing with him. And if you've been commenting a lot, I imagine, yeah, they jumped on you. So.
Well, I put her video in his comments.
Yeah, because he wrote to me today. Getting the link. Just take me a second. I know Ceres wants to go. I don't want to go into the live stream. Oh.
Oh. Alright, then we're going offline. See you all next time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay then. I was just getting the link to go. I'll do that afterwards.
That's right. The chat carries on going for 5 minutes, Karen. So.
Again.
Big hugs, everyone.
Hang on, I thought the talking offline for as long as you want, can't you?
I've done it now, Ceres. You can go offline now.
Oh yeah, you can carry on talking
Thank
offline.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye. Thank you. It's just taking ages to load.
It's taking ages as well to finish it, actually.
About an hour or two, doesn't it, Ceres? Well, we did it, guys.
It's pretty much when it goes offline, I don't know, its processing time doesn't take long. Then you have the video actually on your channel already.
I was getting there, Dee. Good hangout, everybody.
Who?